A very good morning to all the dignitaries and the attendees of the third National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2022. Counting on all the blessings, dear all, let's join with lightning the virtual oil lamp. Thank you, everyone. To remark the commencement of the inauguration, I would like to invite the symposium coordinator, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delegated to welcome you all today, the National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences year 2022. It's my honor to welcome our chief guest, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, and he is the key personnel who drive our university towards its goal. Welcome you, sir. Then next, my welcome is going to Dr. Asangam Pitiavatta, Director of UCIRS, and Dr. Nisansala Vidanapatirna, Chair of today's symposium. And I'm kind to remind Rusandi Tandimala, Symposium Secretary. Next, my special welcome to our honored keynote speaker from the overseas, the Professor Paul Leachy, Dean of the College of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Fiji National University. Actually, that recently the Professor Paul was listed among top 2% of researchers out of 8 million researchers globally. Welcome you, sir. Now, my special welcome goes to our next keynote speaker, Emirates Professor Upali Samarajiva, University of Peradeniya.
Recording in progress.
And he was also my teacher of most, and we can say that he is the most senior and experienced person in the field of food science and technology in Sri Lanka. Welcome you, sir. Then I would like to welcome the guest of honor of our symposium, Senior Professor S. Subasinghe, Department of Crop Science, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. Welcome you, sir. Yes, this is the third we have organized this symposium. This is an important event for our institute. Over the last 5 years, our institute has significantly developed not only education, but also in research. We have successfully launched our institute journal in last year. Currently, we issued three issues we completed, and journal name is Agro Technology and Rural Science. So, and this journal now currently available at Sri Lanka Online Journal. That is one of the achievement in research of our institute. The more than 30 research abstract will be presented in this today's symposium. So I'm sure all learn much from this insightful research and presentation. I must thank all the members of the organizing committee, reviewers, and session panels of this symposium today. Finally, I would like to pleasantly request you to put the knowledge gained from this symposium into practical action for the betterment of Sri Lanka. And finally, thank you all for contributing your valuable time for this remarkable event. I invite you to all to enjoy the symposium today and wish you all very good day and thank you.
Thank you, dear sir, for your earnest welcome speech. So now I would like to invite the symposium chairperson, head of the Department of Agro Technology, University of Colombo Institute for Agro Technology and Rural Sciences, Dr. N.P. Vidhanapathirana, to deliver the inauguration address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Director, UCIRS, and guest of honor, Senior Professor Subasinghe, and keynote speakers and symposium coordinator, Dr. Champathy Gunathilaka, and symposium secretary, Ms. Rushanti, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The National Symposium of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences 2022 is the third opportunity to present research findings, dissemination of technology, and formulation of future research program for increasing the agriculture productivity in perspective of national and global needs organized by UCIARS. University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences is recognized as a leader academic establishment in generation of modern technologies in the field of agrotechnology and an innovation-driven intellectual partner of the University of Colombo. Institute plays a significant role in knowledge sharing, technology generation, product development, and entrepreneur motivation, which make direct contribution to the betterment of agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. And the Institute mandates to generate well-rounded students with knowledge, technology generation, product development, and very good talent students, skills and smart personalities with more exposure to outside expertise and practical trainings. Today's symposium is under the theme of exploring path for sustainable agriculture through integrative research. And it consists of 28 valuable research presentations under 4 tracks named Innovations of Sustainable Agriculture, Smart Farming and Advanced Agriculture, Food Science and Technology, and Empowering Rural Community through Agribusiness and Entrepreneurship. These all tracks and the themes are based on the sustainable agriculture, and those valuable presentations are very good contribution to the agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. And I would like to say the hard work and dedication of all of the members of organizing scientific, technical and financial committees during the preparation of this symposium is highly appreciated. Without them, the event would not have been possible. Also, a note of appreciation to the academia for their thoughts and timely reviewing of the presentations and papers. Finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Chief Guest of the event for participation of the symposium, and Director, Dr. Ampitewata, Director, University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, and Guest of Honor, Senior Professor S. Subasinghe, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, and all keynote speakers. And most of all, I would like to thank you, the presenters, for enriching the symposium by your presence. Finally, I congratulate to the organizing committee of National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2022 and wish today's symposium a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. With my pleasure, now I cordially invite the Director, University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, Dr. Asangadi Ampitewata, to address the event. Over to you, sir.
Morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome the audience to the 3rd National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2022. As the Director, University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. Our chief guest, Senior Professor S.T. Karunaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Guest of Honor, Senior Professor S. Subasinghe, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna. Keynote speakers, Professor Paul E.G., Dean, College of Fisheries and Forestry, Fiji National University, and Professor Upali Samarjeeva, Emeritus Professor in Food Science and Technology, University of Peradeniya, Deans of all the faculties of University of Colombo, Directors, all the invited chairpersons for the sessions, all the academic staff members of the UCIRS and other faculties, Senior Assistant Registrar of UCIRS, Assistant Bursar of UCIRS, all the presenters, and my dear students. Today is another special day for Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. So we are ready to inaugurate the third annual symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2022. Symposium is a very special item of the UCIRS calendar. This year, we are organizing the symposium in the third time consecutively. As an academic institute with limited human and physical resources, so this is very challenging for organizing such an event. Further, prevailing crisis of the country aggravated the scenario. Financial limitations is also another burning issue for us. However, we could manage all obstacles and succeed. So I am proud to say that we are able to make another remarkable day in your life. So this is our theme. This year, our theme is exploring path for sustainable agriculture through integrative research. All of us know today the agriculture environment is changing rapidly due to excessive use of agrochemicals, heavy materials, heavy machineries, environmentally unfriendly agriculture practices, etc. In addition, present climate changes and as a consequence of that, occurrence of extreme climate events such as long dry spells, flash floods, temperature extremes are more common. Therefore, the problems observed in the agriculture sector are more complex than those in the past. Finding solutions for this complex setting is rather difficult. Individual solutions may not be suitable in a holistic manner. In this sense, integrative research for sustainable agriculture becomes more validity in today's research designs. Scientists from all agriculture disciplines should get together and need to find sustainable solutions for enhancing the agriculture productivity and the profitability. New research designs should consider to incorporate our rural and traditional knowledge on agriculture, which were accepted as more environmental friendly. I am sure this symposium may collect most of the researchers in the field of agriculture under one umbrella and create a good platform for sharing the knowledge, experiences, innovations during the previous years. You can have armed with new research ideas for solving the burning issues of agriculture sector. The forum is also a good opportunity for our UCIRS undergraduates who are at the doorstep for research arena and would create a sound research culture among academics and students. As I mentioned earlier, this is a special annual event of UCIRS calendar. We expect to continue this in every year. As the director of UCIRS, I invite all of you to join with us in future events as well with your novel findings. Finally, I take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee of the third National Symposium. Dr. Nsatrs, the chairperson, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, the coordinator of the Symposium committee, and their team. They were very busy during last couple of weeks. Amidst other academic activities of the Institute, did a marvelous job to materialize this event. I would like to thank all the academic staff, Senior Assistant Registrar, Assistant Bursar, and non-academic staff of UCIRS for untiring effort to make this a grand success. I wish you all to have a fruitful dialogue in field of agriculture to develop the agriculture sector in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Now, I feel very privileged to invite the respected chief guest, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, to address the event.
Very good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good morning. Dr. Ampitiavatta, Director of the UCIRAS, all invited guests, guest of honor, deans and directors of the University of Colombo, and distinguished academics, organizers, and paper presenters in this research conference. It gives me great pleasure and honor to address you in this third National Symposium on Agriculture. That is very important area for a country like Sri Lanka. I think the University of Colombo has recognized the importance of agriculture by establishing this distinguished institute. We have here the University of Colombo Agro Technology and Rural Sciences Institute. They present very important discussion today under this third National Symposium. They have selected very timely important topic, exploring path for sustainable agriculture through integrative research. As we all are aware, agriculture is one of the three main industries of a country. We have agriculture, industry, and services. Unfortunately, particularly in Sri Lanka, people have realized that agriculture means only cultivation. The majority of Sri Lankans believe that agriculture means only cultivation, not all other parts in the supply chain. Any industry depends on the performance of each and every part of the supply chain. But in Sri Lankan context, during last 70 years, we were unable to develop some sections of the agriculture as supply chain development. Particularly, we know that we are at the verge of food crisis in Sri Lanka. So people believe that there might be a shortage of food, so that there are some actions going on. Research is essential to understand, identify, recognize, propose policy simulations for each and every part of the supply chain in the agriculture, not only cultivation. That what we have realized in the context of Sri Lanka, the agriculture misunderstood as cultivation, not as value-added industry. As a result, we know the issues have been raising with respect to post-harvest management, crop management. Post-harvest crop management is the biggest issue in case of Sri Lanka. And at the verge of even food crisis, the Sri Lanka people are promoting to go for more home garden products, rather than understanding the issue is the distribution of agricultural items in the country is the severe challenging issue that has been the severe challenging issue last 70 years. So we need to have, when we compare with the developed countries, we need to have direct system from farmer to customer. How we develop this system is the most important part, rather than the intermediate people playing in agriculture. And not only that, the value addition, other parts, particularly agricultural entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial skills, and of course, we need to understand the issues related to financial literacy among farmers, those who are involving in other parts of the supply chain in agriculture. So there are many things I think you can discuss. We all are, of course, accountable for the crisis in the country today. So agriculture is one of the most important sector we have to identify clearly, and unless we implement a clear policy package, the agriculture still will remain the misunderstanding as agriculture means cultivation, in the general perspective. This is my view as economist in Sri Lanka, but maybe agricultural scientist, maybe economist, maybe management qualified intellectuals will present different thoughts in this conference, and we need to have summary of this conference at the end and think about how can we practically implement the results of our research presented in this conference. I hope that as an economist, I address you, but of course, being the University of Colombo Vice Chancellor, I'm proud to say that this institute is very well doing their activities, and organizing this kind of international or national symposium is essential, the timely important topic on sustainable agriculture. We know that by 2030, we all are going for sustainable development goals. So therefore, sustainable agriculture is one of the most important part in the global context, particularly sustainable development goals. So therefore, I hope that this kind of conferences will organize more and more, and the outcome will practically use by Sri Lanka to overcome its problems. Thank you very much for inviting me today for deliver this speech, and I congratulate for paper presenters, keynote speaker. I appreciate keynote speaker, and thank you very much for organizers in this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are so much feeling very privileged to have you at this moment. Thank you. Now, I feel very privileged to invite the respected chief guest. I feel very much privileged to invite the keynote speaker, Professor Paul A. Eg, the Dean, Faculty of College of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Fiji National University, Fiji. To introduce the distinguished keynote speaker, I invite Mr. L.M. Rifnas to the podium.
Thank you, Ms. Dilni. Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Paul A. Eg. Professor Paul A. Eg is currently the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry at the Fiji National University, Suva, Fiji. He is also an adjunct professor at the University of New England, Australia, and University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He studied his PhD in Australia, MSc in Scotland, and BSc Honours in Nigeria. He has been involved in research and tertiary education since 1987, working first at Ahmad Bello University, Nigeria, and later in South Africa, Australia, and currently Fiji. He has been involved in teaching and research in several areas of animal science, including nutrition and animal production system. Professor Eg has graduated close to 40 PhD, masters and honors students, and currently supervises other postgraduate students at Fiji National University. He has published more than 150 journal papers and presented over 180 conference papers, 27 of them on invitation. His research is highly cited, and he has a large following on LinkedIn, ResearchGate, and other academic social media. Recently, he was listed among the top 2% of more than 8 million researchers globally. To date, Professor E.G. has secured research and scholarship funding of more than 5.54 million of US dollars. Professor E.G. has been a consultant to companies involved in the animal feed industries and is on the editorial board of scientific journals along with his role as a reviewer for other journals. He is also author of Writing and Publishing Your Research, a booklet aimed at developing the writing skills and publication record of early career academics. Professor, the place is over to you. Thank you.
Lands of Fiji. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me to share my ideas and thoughts. In particular, I would like to thank my former staff at Fiji National University, Dr. Sampati Gonatilaki, for sending me the invitation directly. I will be recording this so that we are sure of having a presentation because technology could play up, that I will join you in the main symposium later today. I will also be switching off my video shortly so that the file size can be minimized. So I think without much further introductions, let me get started. My presentation today is on agriculture and food security, although I will delve into other areas. But first of all, let's look at my outline. I will look at food security in general, the definition and what it really means. Then look at the pillars of food security, global food supply, the threats that are there to global food security, and how we can secure food supply to the world. According to the FAO, the Food and Agri Organization, food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active, healthy life. When all these factors and terms are present, then according to the FAO, food security is ensured. There are also what are known as elements of food security. These are, from the definition that we just saw, quantitative adequacy, that the food is there in enough quantity, qualitative supply in terms of taste, texture, and so on. And the food needs to be healthy in terms of its nutrient profile and the absence of non-toxic compounds. It has to be culturally appropriate. So supplying what is a taboo or taboo food to a particular set of people who don't really make them food secure, they will still go hungry. If we look at the world map on food security, the world is fairly secure, but you could see these divisions. The developed countries are more secure than the developing countries. And the greener it is, the better. So the greenest parts of this map are the most secure food areas, while the insecure areas tend to be lighter in green and are yellow. So the farther it is from green, the more insecure in that area. Why is food a security issue? The absence of food can cause a lot of symptoms, and death, and from there, it could also result in general insecurity, as we see further down the line. The drivers of food insecurity, of course, are food shortages, food price increases, food hoarding, and food contamination, so that it's not available to the consumer. In general, food security would result in deterioration of health. First of all, hunger will set in, and then deterioration of health, loss of life, civil unrest, eventually economic instability, political instability, and possibly war. But as we already know, the causes of food insecurity are, first of all, globalization, conflict, poverty, and climate change. And we will look more into details of these causes down the line. There are also 4 pillars of food security that I would like to touch on. These are availability, access, utilization, and stability. Food security availability exists when there is a reliable supply of food of sufficient quantity and quality, while access is ensured when individuals and households have adequate resources to obtain appropriate food. Utilization is ensured when food is nutritious and can be adequately metabolized and used by the body. So we are getting on from the outside to the inside. And then stability is ensured when there is permanent and durable access to food. These 4 pillars are dependent on one another to some extent and also dependent on different factors. If we look at availability, for example, availability depends on domestic production, food stocks, imports, and food aid. Access is dependent on political, economic, and social factors, equitable distribution, purchasing power, etc. While utilization is dependent on food safety, food quality, and knowledge of nutrition, proper preparation. Stability refers to the stability of the other 3 pillars as availability, access, and utilization. But it also depends on other factors, political problems, and economic problems. Let us turn our attention now to the global food supply. If you look at this slide, this is the estimated number of farms by size in selected countries. Typically, the larger the farm sizes, the more secure is the country or region. But that would also depend on the number of people who are participating in agriculture. It is typical for a large number of farmers to operate in developing countries compared to the developed countries because of the land sizes that the farmers own or operate. If you take China, for example, you would see that 93% of the farm lands or farm sizes are under 1 hectare. Egypt, 87%, Malawi, 78%, India, 63%, Mozambique, 54%. But when you now move to the more developed economies, Brazil has only about 11% of its land or farms that are less than 1 hectare. The UK, there is no such farm. Most farms would be at least 1 hectare and above. While in the US, farms are generally larger than 50 hectares in size. Just further expanding on that is the share of farms, the number of farms that are considered as smallholders in these countries. So in China, about 98% of the farmers are considered as smallholders. In Egypt, that is 95%, Egypt and Malawi. Then Mozambique, about 84%. In Brazil, it's only 20% of farms are considered to be smallholders. And in the US and UK, this is down to about 14%. This slide shows the world cereal production in terms of tonnage by region. And you could see that the Asia takes the #1 position in terms of production because it is able to produce both temperate and tropical cereals or grains. South America is also a major producer, but that is lower than what is obtained in North America and Europe. In North America, Canada will tend to produce mostly temperate grains, wheat and barley, but in the US, maize is the major crop. So, but when we look at consumption or what is available to each, to the population per person, that then explains more and takes us closer to how secure the regions are. So if you look at the meat supply per capita by region, you would see that people in Oceania, Australia, and New Zealand, etc., have more feed available, available to them. And the same situation is there in South America, North America, Europe, Asia, Africa is slightly, Africa and Asia are slightly below the world average. So that gives a clearer picture of what is the situation with meat supply per person. Although there are cultural factors that we need to look at, some regions don't eat a lot of meat, so you have a lot of vegetarians. So that is something that one needs to consider. It's not a simple picture as it's depicted by this graph, but at least it gives us an idea. The meat supply follows a similar pattern. North America, a person would have the most meat available to consumers, much higher than the world average that we can see here. And then South America is about the same. Oceania, Europe, Asia, Africa generally produces less meat than the other regions. Therefore, the amount that is available or that is consumed is also very low. This is the world egg supply per capita per region. And what is clearly shown here is that Central America, Central and North America are the leading consumers, or they have the most eggs available to them, followed by Europe, South America, and Asia. Oceania, this is what I wanted to talk about on cultural inclinations and preferences. Australians and New Zealanders tend not to eat a lot of eggs because of its perceived association with heart diseases. But no one is really sure, because the Japanese and Chinese, for example, consume a lot of eggs. So I don't exactly know whether there are genetic factors that one needs to consider when you look at the impact of food on the community. And it is something that is worth examining further by nutritionists and health specialists. So what are the threats to global food security? They said the most important one, of course, is the continuous rise in world population, especially in the poor and least developed countries. The developed countries have had a fairly stable population because of the low rate of growth in their population. So currently there are about 8 billion people, or slightly more than 8 billion people in the world. And it is expected that this will rise to about 9 billion by 2050. The second factor that is important to consider is the diminishing agricultural land. And this is due to urbanization. Bigger and bigger towns are being created all around the world, bigger cities, and metropolis are all springing up by the day. So that is taking up a lot of agricultural land and reducing our ability to produce food. And with urbanization, housing, and increase in population, housing has to increase to accommodate people, build the infrastructures like roads, rail, etc., are being built and taking up quite some land. And of course, most of the world's deserts are expanding, maybe in relation to climate change, which we will look at shortly. Climate change is taking a huge impact on the global food supply. If we look at climate change comes in different forms. You could have droughts, you could have floods and cyclones, you could have heat and cold waves, coastal inundation, flooding. Then, of course, there are the greenhouse gases, which are making a huge impact on the climate. All these cause a loss in crop yield and production generally. They also reduce the livestock productivity, and including fish production because of warmer oceans. And the result of all that put together is a negative impact on food security, with also a reduction in nutritional inadequacy and insecurity in the rural livelihood. This was the impact of climate change, the impact of climate change captured in pictures. The top left here is the flooding in China in 2009. And then there's the drought in China, in 2009, flooding in 2011. This is flooding in Australia in 2011. And of course, there was the recent floods that occurred back to back in New South Wales in particular, just last year. But this was a scene from 2011. And then the bottom panel is the drought in China in 2009, Mexico in 2021, which resulted in the death of several animals. Wars and conflicts also cause food insecurity, but this exists as a vicious cycle. So you would have, for example, socioeconomic exclusion, including food rise in food prices, causing structural vulnerability. This would trigger violent conflict, as we witnessed more recently in the Arab Spring, which resulted from increase in the bread prices and grain prices in Tunisia, and then quickly spread to the rest of the Arab world. Violent conflicts would then become bigger and bigger until they lead to war, and that then causes destruction, displacement, food control by the enemy, hunger, and the use of hunger as a weapon of war. And that again then would cause food insecurity, which on its own increases structural vulnerability. And so the cycle would keep going round and round, which is why it is more regarded as a vicious cycle than a one-off or factors that are existing independently of one another. Poverty is a major cause of food insecurity. If we look at this slide, we can immediately see and relate it to the map that I showed earlier in this presentation, which of the countries would be the most food insecure. If you look at the US, for example, only 7% of the household expenditure is on food. Britain, 9%, Australia, 11%, and Malaysia, 15%. But look at these other countries, mostly developing countries, Pakistan, Kenya, Indonesia, and Nigeria. All expend about 40 to almost 50% of the household income on food. And that just means that they are really sitting on the knife edge in terms of falling into food insecurity more easily than the countries on, that are shown on the left panel. World trade rules can cause quite some problems. The trade rules are made to generally protect trade and also to ensure adequate supply of materials, including food, across the world. But the tendency most times is for these to create problems because they tend to suppress local market by the larger food producers dumping material. And then that tends to switch off food production in in most of the developing countries, such that when there is a problem like happened recently with the COVID-19 lockdowns, food supply was inadequate in many of the countries. Farmers, we must also realize that farmers in developed countries are very heavily subsidized. Milk producers in Europe, grain producers and soybean producers in North America are all subsidized by their government to such an extent that they continue to produce. And that tends then to secure the country more. Of course, there are trade wars, not just between the developed and developing countries, but sometimes between developed countries or developed incomes, as we have seen frequently between America and China. So how can we secure the global food supply? We can look at different ways of doing this. And according to this chart that I've, sorry, I need to move back one. Okay, yeah, sorry. We can do that by encouraging countries to become more self-reliant, and that means they need to produce things by themselves. That makes sense. Energy, for example, can easily be made from solar, wind, and biofuel, where the local supply of petroleum, for example, is not adequate or coal is non-existent. With most countries may complain about not producing most of the popular grains around the world or food, but they can always turn their attention to increased production of alternative food resources. War and disease outbreak, this is something that the world needs to pay attention to. Governments should support struggling companies and reduce taxes so that they can continue to produce food and make it available at an affordable price. Countries can also generally secure their food supply by applying these techniques that have been outlined here in this inverted triangle by Vaxxon in 2020. We should generally try to reduce food losses, either on the field or during storage, and waste from the family in terms of produce, cooking, and more than is necessarily required. It is also advisable to redistribute and reprocess so that we can then use the material to feed the hungry people. It is, for those who know food, waste food, or food that is destined for the bin can easily be reprocessed. And in developed countries, that is what they actually do with some of the homeless people. The material can also be recycled and be used to feed the animals or be made into compost, which is then used as a fertilizer to increase food productivity in the field. Of course, we can recover the nutrients, including energy, by burning the food and generating more power as a renewable source of energy. So less the least we should all strive to incinerate or discard as little as possible of the food that is available to the world. And if we do that, then that could create some security in food supply. Then we can, I think the most reason, agricultural production in developing countries is low. It's because of the small land sizes or farm sizes, which we have already seen. Small farm sizes tend to reduce the possibility of mechanization. Mechanization takes the hard work out of agriculture, as we all know. So if one has a larger land size, then it is possible to use tractors and harvesters. But a smaller land size, small land sizes do not permit the farmers to do that. Not only because they do not have the resources, the income to buy this equipment, but because it's really not economic to put them on that small piece of land. We can also genetically modify crops and livestock to increase their productivity or improve their resistance to diseases and pests, and also with herbicides in general, which then makes it possible for us to produce more easily and in larger quantity. Whatever, as land shrinks, we just need to make use of whatever space we have to produce food. And there are several ways to do that, what we call the use of soilless media to produce food. I mean, these are three good examples. We have this enclosed production, possibly in a plastic house, with a lot of vegetables being produced there. If you go to Australia, for example, there is one of the coldest areas in New South Wales is the major area for producing tomatoes, because they are doing that in plastic houses, large plastic houses, as a hydroponic system without soils. But when you look at the other side here, we can easily build up in a vertical way, either in high-rise blocks or simply doing this as a farm. And then you have the other side of it, the hydroponic system that I just mentioned, including other systems like hydroponics and aquaponics, which combine food, crop and aquatic production. We can also secure food supply by better water management. Wherever there is clear distinction between the wet and dry season, it is advisable to collect rainwater, which can then be used during the off-season for irrigation, and also can be purified for drinking. Water should generally be recycled in the field, because there are other ways to improve our water utilization, including precision agriculture, where we could apply drip irrigation rather than the use of larger volumes that is traditionally the case. So in conclusion, food security is important as it is related to the general global security. When people are hungry, as the saying goes, they get angry, and then you will never know what happens from there, as we saw with the Arab Spring of a few years back. A sizable proportion of the world is food secure, but there is only a fine line between security and insecurity, as we can currently witness from the events happening in Ukraine, which have suddenly disrupted the world supply of grains. The developing world seems to be more food insecure than the developed regions, but we have looked at the ways by which we can close the gap, and I generally think it is possible to close the gap between the two different worlds. two different words by applying some of the agricultural techniques that are increasingly becoming available. Let me end this presentation by acknowledging the contribution of my two young co-authors, Dr. Titus Sindove and Dr. Achibot Bakari, who helped to put some of these slides together. Of course, I welcome you to read my blogs on LinkedIn. I started off by writing a lot for early career researchers. I've not left that constituency, but I've begun to delve more and more in national issues. But early career researchers would benefit, and other people could probably look at my thinking and thoughts and see how we can all work together and put them to work for humanity. So thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for adding this much of motivation to the event. And it was an inspiring keynote speech on a timely needed topic. Thank you again. So now I would like to invite Ms. Katipe Arachi to introduce our next distinguished keynote speaker, the Emeritus Professor Upali Samarajiva, attached to the Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Peradeniya. Thank you, Ms. Dirini. Good morning, all. It's a great honor for me to introduce next keynote speaker of the program, Professor Upali Samarajiva, Emeritus Professor in Food Science and Technology. Professor Upali Samarajiva holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry and PhD degree in microbiology from University of Peradeniya. He served in the academic staff of the Faculty of Agriculture from 1981 to 2021, and he spends his sabbatical as UNDP Fellow at the Tropical Product Institute, London, and Senior Fulbright Research Scholar and Adjunct Professor at the University of Florida, USA. Professor Samarajiva engaged in research on aflatoxin in coconut since 1972 and has supervised several postgraduate students. He has received National Award for his research on aflatoxin, polycyclic aromatics, hydrocarbons, and histamine in fish. He has more than 200 research publications to his credit in international and local journals, several review articles, and book chapters internationally. He was the president of Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon in 1999 and the president of the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science in 2000 and the president of the Institute of Food Science and Technology, Sri Lanka in 2009. He has served in 35 countries as international consultant for UN organizations, World Bank and Asian Development Bank, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, USAID on laboratory accreditation, food safety, curriculum development, and continues to work as a remote consultant currently. So, dear sir, I warmly welcome you to deliver the keynote speech. Over to you, sir.
Director, academic staff, and students of the third National Symposium for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences participants. Let me first thank you for inviting me to share some of the experiences and my views in relation to the subject of heavy metals, food chain, and human well-being. During my discussion, I intend to talk to you on 3 heavy metals: arsenic, cadmium, and lead, leaving out all the other tracer metals, which are quite a lot. In my discussion, I will be trying to link the relationship between the soil and the heavy metals, how it passes into the food chain, and how it goes into the human body, creating problems on human health. To get into this topic, therefore, I would like to start with a general introduction on the subject area, which will take you through about 8 to 10 slides, and then get into the three metals, arsenic, cadmium, and lead. To begin with, let me look at the movement of heavy metals along the food chain. At the point of farming, we are introducing water into the soil, pesticides and fertilizer, which can bring about different levels of heavy metals in them. And they are passed on during primary processing, secondary processing, storage, cooking, and up to consumption. And during this chain, some of those things which get added may get lost, and so on. Now, in relation to the addition of those substances, there are certain regulations. The first one is the thresholds at farm level, which tells us what we should have and what we should not have in the farm soil when you are talking about cultivation. Next comes the important topic of regulations and specifications, which are applied at primary processing and at secondary processing to ensure that the product is safe for human consumption. Then we come to the next slide, where we look at the actual concentrations of heavy metals in the earth crust. On the average, the arsenic levels are about 2 milligrams per kilogram, cadmium 0.15, and lead 10. Then when it comes to threshold values for soils, arsenic value is 5 milligrams per kilogram, so cadmium is 1 and lead is 10 milligrams per kilogram. Now, with that background, let me take you through one of the publications trying to correlate the heavy metal content in our soil with the locations. Now, in this publication, the action taken was to analyze the soils from highlands, lowlands, and uncultivated locations in Anuradhapura district. Then, the purpose of this is to understand the origin of the trace metals, correlating them with using principal component analysis technique. Then the outcome is, it says, the findings are the origin of copper, lead, nickel, and zinc were lithogenic, meaning they are coming from the rocks in the soils, and cadmium was anthropogenic, meaning it's arising from the human activities. And it shows that in the lowlands, the levels of cadmium are about 0.5. In the highlands, it's 0.55. And in the uncultivated lands, it's half that, that is 0.24. So this tells you the story where the cadmium is coming from and how it gets into the soil. Now, in the next step, let us look at the way we consume rice. When you look at the rice consumption among various nations in the world, we are consuming something like 438 grams of rice per day, which is a lot, and which forms the main pathway for entry of heavy metals into our food system and into our body. Now, when you look at the health problems linked to heavy metals, we see arsenic, especially the inorganic arsenic, which is toxic. Organic arsenic is not toxic, not cancerous. They are affecting the bladder, lung, and skin cancer. They are causing increased risks for diabetes and high blood pressure. When it comes to cadmium, the toxic effects are on the kidney, the bones, and lungs, leading to cancer. And in kidney, they accumulate, affecting the functions of the kidney. When it comes to lead, there are cardiovascular effects, nerves disorders, and decreased kidney functions. So our objective is to see, are these diseases, are these cancers prevalent in Sri Lanka? To look at that, let us go to the next slide, where we see the pattern of cancer for 2020 in Sri Lanka. Here you see the breast cancer, lip cancer, colorectal cancer, lung and esophageal cancer as the major types of cancers, and they don't reflect any of the types that we have shown up in the previous slide. So that tells us the story about cancer being linked to the consumption of any one of those three heavy metals is rather questionable. When we go to the next slide, we look at the data in 2005. Before we start talking about arsenic and cadmium in this country, we find the maximum tolerance levels for arsenic and cadmium are given here, and the levels reported in the green row and the cadmium levels reported in the purple row are much below what is tolerant, the tolerant levels, which means we didn't have a problem of arsenic or cadmium at that time. So that is all our things are within the maximum tolerance limits. Then we go to the next one, where we see the situation in relation to well water. In a study in 25 districts, we find that the maximum tolerance levels are given in this yellow column. It's 10 for arsenic, and the values reported are 1.36 with a range going up to 66. Then there is 50 for lead, and cadmium it is 3. So all these values in the left-hand side of the column show the means are lesser than the tolerance level. However, there are certain situations. One sample tested in gold showed very high level of cadmium. I don't know how it happened. And similarly, there are districts like Batticaloa, Mana, Mullaitivu, and Puttalam, where the concentrations of the arsenic are high, but still within the tolerance limits. So with that background for water, let's look at the next step. Now this study looks at the household food consumed by farmers, where they grow their own vegetables for their consumption. Now when we look at the arsenic, cadmium, and lead levels, they are all below the tolerance limits. In case of lead, there are few samples going slightly above the tolerance limit. So which indicates that homegrown vegetables, we don't see a big risk associated with the three heavy metals. There may be some instances of lead being present in the food plate arising from the soil. Then let's look at the situation in arsenic, with arsenic. Now arsenic is present in the metal form, in the form of minerals in the rocks, and there are 245 mineral rocks containing arsenic, and they are dissolving into the aquifer, deep aquifers, which are taken by deep well pumps in countries like Bangladesh to produce paddy. In our country, we don't use deep well water, and also our deep well water don't contain arsenic, cadmium, or lead. So in that situation, I don't see a risk coming from the type of water we use. And also I must mention that you may have seen these pictures in the newspapers, and these pictures are not from Sri Lanka, they are from Bangladesh. Therefore, we don't have situations like this to be observed in Padavi or anywhere in the country, although some people keep on talking about such things. Then when we look at the global figure, what we see is there is areas of heavy arsenic between Bangladesh and India along the river, and along this river also near at Pakistan. And there are so many other spots in the world where you get heavy arsenic concentrations, but not in our Sri Lankan soil. Then when we try to correlate the concentrations of arsenic in soil, water, and rice in the two areas, the West Bengal and rice zone in Sri Lanka, you see the concentrations in the range go up to very high levels in West Bengal. So if you compare the Sri Lankan levels, the highest level in Sri Lanka in this study was less than the lowest level in Bangladesh. Similarly here. So our situation is not at all comparable to the situation in Bangladesh. Of course, there is one situation where they have observed high arsenic levels in tank sediments in Anuradhapura. So that reflects the collection or accumulation of arsenic perhaps over hundreds of years through the sediments that is being taken in the rivers. So that's a different story. Now, if you look at that figure and start predicting what will happen in the future, obviously, in another 100 years, we may run into problems of arsenic, but not right now. Then let us look at the change in the arsenic in rice soils between 2008 and 2021. So you could see the concentrations were around 0.5 here, and it has come to about 1.18. And remember, our threshold value is 5 milligrams per kilogram. So in a situation like that, again, as I said earlier, the chances of our soils become polluted with arsenic beyond the threshold limit is another 70 to 100 years perhaps. Then when we look at the arsenic concentrations in rice from CKDU endemic areas, that's coming down to the recent work, we find the ranges are quite low, 0.03 to 0.04, but there are occasional samples, the maximum sample, touching on the codex limits. So in other words, there are certain locations where concentrations of arsenic were high for whatever reason, but in general, it's far, far below what is the tolerance limits in case of rice. Now let us look at the same situation in United States of America. There, again, the tolerance limit is 0.2, and you see samples tested, large numbers of samples tested in different types of samples. The values are around 0.2. So the USA people are exposed to heavy concentrations of arsenic, unlike the Sri Lankans. Also remember, there are people in USA who consume 3 meals of rice. Therefore, at least those people are exposed to heavy concentrations of arsenic. So all these data which I'm discussing with you right now are from different researchers which are not linked to each other. Let us now look at the research which links the results together. Now, in case of arsenic, you see we have the sources of arsenic, the carriers of arsenic, and the effects of arsenic. So the linkage of these three could be found in the WHO report, which did a complete study on the Sri Lankan situation. Now, above this blue skeleton, what you see in red are the dangerous areas. What you see in green are the safe areas. So you would see we have problems of phosphates, phosphorus fertilizer, and the pesticides adding arsenic to the soil. But we don't have risky levels of arsenic in tube wells, the soil, the drinking water, the rice. We don't know the results in vegetables. And when it comes to effects, we could see the CKDU people had about 45 milligrams per kilogram of arsenic in urine compared to 56 in the controls and 92 in the other areas outside the Anuradhapura. Look at the results for hair. The CKDU values and the endemic values are comparable, and the control values are equal to CKDU values. Males, the control values are equal to CKDU values. So this tells us there is no evidence to show there's heavy arsenic in our food or water or the exposure of humans to unacceptable concentrations of arsenic in their diet. Then we look at the next way where we take a different approach in understanding the toxicity of various constituents in food. In this case, we look at the provisional tolerance weekly intake, PTWI, which is representing the maximum amount of containment to which the person can be exposed per week over the lifetime. Now, this has been calculated using various mathematical models and the available data. And the Joint Committee of the FAO and WHO has set up a figure of 15 as the limit for PTWI. Of course, it was later withdrawn saying it's too high. Let us say it is even 10 and see what our position is. If you take the Codex regulations, And if you are taking the maximum limit of allowed limit of codex in arsenic, then we are getting exposed to giving a value of 11.1 if you are taking 438 grams of rice per day. If you look at the maximum values reported in 2005, now here I take the inorganic arsenic as 80% of the total arsenic, and the value you get is 3.9, which is very much less. Then you look at the bad situation, Giradurkote, where we had the highest concentrations of arsenic, then we get on to 11.7. And the more recent work of Herat, we get into 1.7. So this tells us we have never passed the mark of 50. There may be situations we are touching like 11, and we may have to start thinking of reducing it further down to say 10 or 9 or something like that. So our aim in agriculture, in food production, should be to ensure there is no more arsenic added into the soil, but we cannot do much about the arsenic that is already in the soil. But fortunately, our soils are not rich with those arsenic like in some of the countries we are talking about. You apply the situation to cadmium. Again, we see a lot of cadmium is absorbed by the plants, and therefore it gets into the rice from the fertilizer. And if you look at the cadmium concentrations in some of the fertilizers in the north central province, we see the triple superphosphate carrying very high concentrations of cadmium, exposing our products, exposing our paddy fields, exposing our rice to high concentrations of cadmium. Then we take the next step and look at the average cadmium in rice in the CKDU endemic area and the non-endemic area. Remember, your tolerance limit is 0.4. Now, again, the ranges are below 0.4. The ranges are very much below 0.4, but the maximum levels are passing 0.4, which means there are places, there are occasions where the cadmium levels are going very high in the rice in that area of the country. In a recent study, Gunadas et al., they did a study on the surface soil, fertilizer, and rice in 2017 and 18 for arsenic and cadmium. They checked the CKDU area as well as a non-endemic Hambantota area, and their findings are arsenic and cadmium in fertilizer were less than the EU limits in all locations. Arsenic and cadmium in rice was below detection limit of 0.1, they say. In 400 soil samples, arsenic levels were given as less than 3.8 and less than 3 for cadmium. Now, remember that the threshold values for soils are arsenic 5, cadmium 1. So obviously cadmium is higher, and arsenic also may be high in at least some locations, at least reaching the higher values, but not the threshold value of 5. So there are suggestions sometimes which says no substantive evidence to link CKD with arsenic and cadmium is in a way challengeable. So when you are looking at data, when you are looking at research reports, we need to be very careful in understanding in depth the different results and comparing in different ways. Now we take another case, cadmium in upcountry and low country vegetable soils. Remember, the threshold is 1. The reported levels are more than 1 mean. Control levels are less. Again, here no more than 1. So there we see a threat coming up from the soils, vegetable soils, which could create problems to us. Again, another study done in Bandaragam area, where they look at the vegetables. Here the Bandaragam area results, and here is the results from the other one, where we showed the levels in soil. So in the green leafy vegetables, you could see all these red figures represent levels beyond the tolerant limit. Here also you see certain concentrations above the tolerance limit. So through vegetables, there is a high possibility of exposure to cadmium than the rice. Again, when we look at the cadmium in different phosphate fertilizers, our own rock phosphate is 1.92, and the triple phosphate that we were using, imported material, is about 23.5, which indicates to us where the problems are eliminating. So we as a country have a very good rock phosphate at Epavala, but we are not using it. We are importing heavily contaminated cadmium containing phosphate. Now let us look at the situation with cadmium in the same way as we looked at the situation in arsenic. You see the blue chain, and you see more red ones above the blue chain. So we have problems with phosphates, problems with pesticides, problems with soil in the endemic area, problems with vegetables, problems with urine. You could see the endemic healthy people had 0.646, CKDU people had 1.0 against the control 3.3. So these 3 times the control value. There was no information on cadmium in hair, but in the nails, again, you could see the CKDU area had more cadmium than the controls. Take the post-mortem results, the kidneys had very high levels of cadmium. So these results suggest to us, ladies and gentlemen, that there's a problem coming into the food chain from cadmium. We need to look at it in a little more detail and try to understand how it is happening. Now, applying the same principle of provisional tolerance weekly intake, these are the various levels suggested by different agencies. US Agency for Toxic Substances, European Union, FAO. Now we look at all these three suggestions and look at our own situation. If you take the results produced by HERA, through rice, we are getting 9.5, which is above 3 values. Through vegetables, we are getting high value, 5.3. Through leafy vegetables, we are getting a value which is again questionable. And also the plate of rice, vegetable, and water combined, we discussed earlier, is also taking us into 6.98, indicating by this mechanism, when you look at the provisional tolerable weekly intake, that we are facing the risk of taking too much of cadmium every week over our lifetime. Now we take another example and look at this from a different angle. Here is the concentrations of the amounts of rice that the people may consume in different countries. Here is the daily cadmium intake resulting from these intakes. Now the tolerance limit given in Codex is here, the black one. EU limit is lower than that. And these are the areas which represent the grains: rice containing cadmium 0.05, cadmium, rice containing cadmium 0.1. Likewise, the different concentrations of rice. Now, when we look at the figures in Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan rice with cadmium 0.15, this is the line we get, the red dotted line. Now, when you take this red dotted line, which passes the EU limit at 150 grams of rice per day, and the Codex limit at something like 325, 350 grams of rice per day. So the first one is like the single meal of rice. Second one is like 2 meals of rice per day. And when you take the real situation of 438 grams per day, this is the place where we cut it. So we see we are exposed to very high cadmium levels because we are consuming a lot of rice. So if you want to cut down on the cadmium levels, one of the ways to do is to move away from 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day, somewhere here. So then at least you are within the Codex limit. So right now we are outside the Codex limit in relation to the exposure to cadmium through rice only. So to that we have to add what we saw in the previous slide, the concentrations in vegetables and so on. Then we look at the situation with lead. These figures indicate the various sources of lead that adds to the food. And when you look at again the fertilizers, we see the triple superphosphate is adding a lot of lead into our soil. So that's another problem. We seem to have a lot of lead in our soil, and then onto that we are adding more lead by the fertilizer. Now, when you look at the upcountry and low country soils, the lead concentrations are 54, even control is 49, whereas the threshold value is 10. So already we are having much more lead in our soil than the threshold value, at least in this vegetable plot. So we see the same pattern here. So that's in the upcountry and low country vegetable growing areas. This lead, is it lithogenic? It's a question. It's not lithogenic. It may be present already in the soil. So that's a question for which we need to find the answer. Then when you look at the lead in the vegetables, you see in this study, low country, up country, all the vegetables had high concentrations of lead, whereas some vegetables in the Bandaragama area, Bandaragama Kasbah area, had high concentrations of lead. Again, remember, the vegetables limit is 0.1. For leafy vegetables, the limit is 0.3. So we are going above those limits with lead also. Look at the average lead in rice from CKDU and other areas. Tolerance limit is 0.2. The levels are very low, but we are getting close to 0.1, but not 0.2. So there is a question of the origin of lead in our food chain. So we apply the same principle as we discussed earlier to the situation of lead. Again, you see phosphorus fertilizer and pesticides are adding a lot of lead. Soil threshold value is set to be 60 here. And then tube wells. Vegetables are adding lead into the system, but not the drinking water and rice. Look at the urine, hair, and post-mortem findings. There is no evidence to say there is a problem generally with lead in our food. So when you look at the total picture, we don't see a problem with arsenic. Maybe we have a problem in time to come. We don't see we see a big problem with cadmium, and the cadmium is of lithogenic origin. And we don't see a problem of lead, but there are certain locations where the lead content is high in Sri Lanka. So those are the three important findings that arises from our discussion. And when we apply the situation of the risk assessment principle to provisional tolerance weekly intake of lead, we see the codex value, which is again considered inadequate. Maybe they have to reduce it to 20 or 15. Our levels are certain situations like leafy vegetables are contributing a lot of lead. If you consume 50 grams per day of leafy vegetables. So that is a risky area. And then also the fish can contribute quite a lot, but the consumption of fish may be 1/10 of what is estimated here. Then the levels may come down to 3.9. So these are the risks associated with the three elements that we discussed, the three heavy metals, and you understand there's varying risk. Results are varying, and we need to look at it. Then looking at the situation of lead from another angle, the US FDA has a classification like this: 6, 15, 25, 75 for different groups of people. Then again, we see rice is contributing 13.5, which takes us is a risk for the children. 63.2, it's a risk for everybody, coming from WHO report rice. Then leafy vegetables, 555, coming from our own vegetable report. So again, we see there's a risk coming from lead in this case, coming through the vegetables mostly. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, what I see is there is no evidence to consider arsenic as an immediate problem, maybe in 100 years. There's immediate evidence to consider anthropogenic cadmium and some evidence to consider lithogenic lead as problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are truly honored to have you today. Now we will be heading towards the address of the guest of honor. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Chatura Sirivardhana to introduce our eminent guest of honor, Senior Professor S. Subasingha, attached to the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna.
Thank you, Ms. Birini, and very good morning to all. It's a great honor for me to introduce Professor S. Subasingha, one of the profound professors whose study areas are cropping system, medicinal plant, and organic agriculture. Professor Subasingha holds a PhD from the University of Ruhuna, MSc in Agricultural System at Asian Institute of Technology in Bangkok, and BSc level in University of Ruhuna. Professor Subasingha is currently serving as a senior professor at the Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. Moreover, he was the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna from the year 2013 to 2016, as well as he was one of the former directors at the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences from 2017 to 2020, and contributed to upliftment of the UCIRS in many ways. Professor Subasingha was a visiting research fellow at the Department of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, University of Durham, UK, from October 2007 to March 2008. He has many publications in peer-reviewed journals and conferences, as well as he is the author of 18 books, including Protective Agriculture, Home Garden, Mushroom Culture, and many other books. With these few words, let me invite the guest of honor of the day, Senior Professor S. Subasingha. Sir, over to you.
Very good morning, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Chatura, for your introduction. The chief guest of the symposium, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Director, UCIRS, Dr. Sangam Pitiavatta, keynote speakers, Professor Paul A. PG, Dean, College of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, PG National University, PG, Emeritus Professor Upali Samarajiva, University of Peradeniya, Dr. Nsatrs Vidhanapatirana, Symposium Chair and Head Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, Symposium Coordinator, Ms. U.R. Chandimala, Symposium Secretary, all invited guests, academics, administrative and non-academic staff of the University of Colombo and UCIRS, all the presenters, dear students. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to address the inaugural session of the third National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences on the theme of exploring path for sustainable agriculture through integrative research. First of all, I must thank Director and the Organizing Committee of the Symposium for inviting me to address this very important event of the UCIRS. I am proud of UCIRS' recent development and happy to see this National Symposium for the third consecutive year. Thanks for young talented staff of the UCIRS. The theme of the symposium, exploring path for sustainable agriculture through integrative research, is timely important theme under present crisis situation of the country, especially Sri Lankan agriculture sector is facing severe crisis on food security. I don't want to explain the reasons behind the present crisis, but we need clear policy on agriculture sustainability to develop the agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. By proving the importance of sustainable agriculture, now many agriculture faculties have introduced sustainable agriculture and related course modules for their curriculum. If I am correct, the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Pune was the pioneer in Faculty of Agriculture for introducing this sustainable agriculture course module to the agriculture curricula. Later, similar course modules have been introduced by faculties of agriculture, Wayamba and Rajarata universities, and now most of the universities have been introduced similar course modules for their curricula. I am happy to say that last curriculum revision, UCIRS also introduced similar course module, Agro ecology, for their curricula by in the importance of sustainable agriculture. What is the sustainable agriculture? Actually, present agriculture has enormous problems, as clearly mentioned by director and keynote speakers, playing a significant role in causing climatic change, water scarcity, water pollution, land degradation, deforestation, etc., etc. But sustainable agriculture is farming in sustainable way, meeting society's present food, feed, and needs of raw materials required for industries without compromising the ability for present and future generations to meet their needs. What we are practicing now is completely different. We all are responsible for that. Do we pay enough attention on this? I think no. If yes, our agriculture sector should be much more developed. Sustainable agriculture consists of environment-friendly methods of farming that allow the production of crops and livestock without damage to human or natural systems. Sustainable agriculture provides a potential solution to enable agriculture systems to feed growing populations within the change in environmental conditions. The other part of the theme, integrative research, means in very simply interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. So today's theme of the symposium is timely important to discuss the means and ways of designing integrative research for development of agricultural sustainability. But I don't know how many interdisciplinary research papers are there in technical sessions in today's symposium. I believe it is our responsibility as agriculture scientists to get together and formulate interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary researches to ensure sustainability of agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. So I hope UCIRS can give leadership to formulate this type of program, since we know that UCIRS is pioneering institute for many programs. They have initiated many programs and activities such as blended learning. UCIRS implemented blended learning more than 10 years ago. Even others didn't think of such a program. Once again, I thank Director and the Organizing Committee of today's symposium for inviting me to address this important event. Finally, I congratulate all the presenters of today's symposium and have a fruitful and enjoyable technical session. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We are really sorry for the technical error occurred. So yes, so thank you very much. We are really honored to have you today and to have listened to you today. So as we are heading towards the termination of the inauguration, I would like to invite the Symposium Secretary, Ms. Rushanti Chandimala, to remark the conclusion.
Greetings of the day to one and all present here. Honorable Chief Guest, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, respected Director of University of Colombo, Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, our most valued keynote speakers, invited guests, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. It is such a great honor for me to get the opportunity to present greetings on behalf of the organizing committee of the 3rd National Symposium on Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences 2022. The first and foremost thank goes to our Honorable Chief Guest, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, to take our time from his busy schedule to grace this event. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us with your words on this special day. I would like to offer my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished speaker, Emeritus Professor Upali Samarjiva, joining with us today from Canada, for making an excellent presentation on heavy metals, food chain, and human well-being, and making this symposium very meaningful and interesting. Dear sir, thank you for your very thought-provoking and interesting address. I would like to express my heartiest gratitude to the distinguished speaker, Professor Paul A.E.G., joined with us today from Fiji, for making a provocative presentation on agriculture and food security. Dear sir, thank you for sharing your inspirational thoughts with us. My special thanks goes to the guest of honor, Senior Professor S. Subasinghe, former Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, for accepting our invitation and being with us today. Dear sir, your words have truly inspired us. I must proudly remind Dr. Asanga Ampitiyavarka, our director, the strong pillar standing behind us, pushing us forward with regular inspections, guidance, and directions. Really, he provided a marvelous opportunity to gain experiences in organizing a successful academic event, and we all members at this institute are very much thankful to you, dear sir. Also, I take this opportunity to thank the symposium chairperson, Dr. N.P. Vidana Patirana, and the symposium coordinator, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, for the immense support and guidance provided to make this event a great success. My sincere thank goes to all members of the reviewing panel who were supporting us to maintain the quality and standards of the papers going to be presented and published today. I also take this opportunity to express my thanks to all the scholars for sharing their knowledge and experience with us. My sincere thanks to the organizing committee, IT committee, and all other staff and students of the UCIRS for their support given beyond their expectation. Finally, I wish to pay my heartiest gratitude for all the participants who have joined with NSATRS 2022. Thank you very much again for all of you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prashanti. So, and we are going to wind up the inauguration of the third National Symposium on Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences 2022. Nevertheless, I would like to remind all the presenters that we are going to commence the technical sessions after 20 minutes break. And to mark the conclusion of the inauguration, I request your respect for the national anthem. Thank you. A very good morning and welcome back to the third National Symposium on Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences 2022. To start up with the technical sessions, I cordially invite the session coordinator, Mr. Suppun Bandusekara, lecturer attached of Agro-Technology, to coordinate the session on innovations for sustainable agriculture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dilini. Good morning. Welcome you all for the first technical session in our third National Symposium on Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences. The technical session is titled under the theme of Innovation for Sustainable Agriculture. I have honored to
University of Sri Lanka. The research topic on effect of feeding total nutrition briquettes on the nutrient intake and digestibility in early lactating dairy cows in dry zone Sri Lanka. This is the content of the Sri Lanka. This is the content of the present. Let's move to the introduction. Total nutrition is an efficient nutrient delivery system of dairy cattle. First, I would like to give a brief introduction about what is TMR. It is the method of feeding cows that combine different feed ingredients such as forages, grains, animal byproducts, and crop residues, protein feeds, minerals, vitamins, and feed added to specify nutrient concentration into a single feed mix. When we prepare TMR as a TMR briquette, it provides more advantages compared to the normal TMR. According to that, it reduces bulkiness and therefore it facilitates the transport and storage, and also it increases the keeping quality and commercial value. This is already completed diet, therefore it overcomes the underfeeding practices and reduces the feed wastage. And also it saves the labor cost and time, and finally it improves the productivity of dairy cows. Let's move to the problem identification during the drought fluctuation. And also most of the farmers have sufficient knowledge to balancing rations. Therefore, during the drought season, the milk production considerably decreased, reducing farmer income. Let's move to the objective. The research objective was to determine the effects of TMR briquettes on nutrient intake and nutrient digestibility of dairy cows compared to the conventional feeds in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Let's move on to the methodology. This experiment was conducted at Livestock Experimental Farm, Rajarata University of under the approval of Animal Ethics Committee, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. When we talk about the experimental animal and treatments, 9 Judy Sahiwal crossbred dairy cows were randomly assigned into the 3 treatments with 3 replicates. When we talk about the treatment diet, treatment 1 cows fed with sugar. Finally, dense TMR briquettes of 10.4 kg were prepared using hydraulic press machine, it called briquette machine. Let's see feeding management. There was 14 days adaptation and 21 days collection period, and each period separated by 14 days washover period, and feed and water were supplied ad libitum. The total collection of feces were carried out during the last week of each period. Let's see a feces sample collection and analysis. First, feces was scraped and weight was recorded daily. Then, end of the day, a representative sample was taken and kept under the -18 Celsius degrees. And end of the each period, feces samples were thawed and mixed to obtain a composite sample for each cow within each period. Then composite samples were freeze-dried and ground and analyzed. Let's see feed sample collection and analysis. First, a sample of offered diet was saved weekly at -20 and composite within each period at the end of the study. And the composite samples were oven dried at 60 Celsius for 14 hours, 48 hours, and prepared into the powder. And finally, neutral composition of the feed samples were. You can see on this slide what kind of nutritional qualities were measured. According to the nutrient intake, weight of the given and remaining feed was recorded for each cow at each feeding, and apparent total tract digestibility was calculated by using this equation. And when we talk about the experimental design, statistical analysis was Latin square design, and statistical analysis was done by mixed analysis of variance in cells, and mean separation was done by Tukey standard range test. Let's move the result and discussion. So there was no significantly difference in dry matter intake, organic matter intake, and NDF intake, and controlled diet-fed cows were shown significantly higher ash and ADF intake compared to the TMR briquette-fed cows. Actually, ADF intake differences were a mirror image of the differences in dietary ADF, and crude protein intake was significantly higher in TMR briquette-fed cows. When we talk about digestibility, nutrient digestibility, dry matter, ash, organic matter, ADF and NDF digestibility was significantly higher in TMR briquette-fed cows. However, crude protein digestibility was not shown any significantly difference. Finally, we can conclude that the TMR briquette increases the nutrient intake and digestibility of the early lactating dairy cows compared to the typical fresh cut forage plus concentrate diet in the dry zone Sri Lanka. These are the reference. And I would like to acknowledge a head project and the Faculty of Agriculture, Rajarati University of Sri Lanka. And finally, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Karunanayake, for a nice presentation and timely important topic. Now your presentation is open for discussion. So the audience, you can ask any questions. Okay, so I will start with one question. It's Karunanayake. Now, what is your recommendation for the mixed ration? What are the components you can add for that mixed ration to prepare? To prepare the mixed ration, so what are the ingredients you can use?
Actually, in this TMR briquette, I use 5 type of forages and 4 type of concentrates. Those are very available in the dry zone. So in the in the dry period, most of the farmers underfeeding their animals because of the they haven't good quality feeds. But in rainy season, we have a lot of forages like sorghum, guinea grasses, maize like fodder species. So in that time, we can cut these type of forages, and it's kind of a preserve method. So I think when we use this type of TMR briquettes during the dry period, we can avoid the drastically drop down of the milk production.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Okay, Ms. Karunanayake, thank you for your presentation and being with us today. Okay, so we will move to our second presenter of this session, KM Afir, who is presenting on effects of different BD rice control methods on AT362 in Ampara district. So over to you, Mustafi.
Good day, everyone. Today I am talking about the topic is effect of different weed control method on AT362 BD rice population in Ampara. I am K. Muhammad Afif. VD rice, gene or ISA. Why I am choosing this topic is 20% yield providing for Ambara district, all production of paddy. VD rice report in many rice growing area. 70% farmer using 8362 variety in Ambara district. VD rice disseminate their grains before rice harvesting. VD rice effect on yield quality and quantity, reduce the paddy purity, reduce the total yield, reduce the lane quality, and effect on farmer time and raising the labor cost. Continuously using the herbicide to control the VD rice, potential downside, impact on non-farmer land vegetation, and human health also effect. Objective to identify the suitable control method for management of VD rice population. Methodology, field experiment was conducted. Seedling establishing in the trace and transplant in the field after 2 weeks. Recommended spacing are used. Weed control were considered as a treatment. And floor size is 5 meter by 3 meter. Weed management interval is 2 weeks. Randomized complete block design used to use 5 blocks and 5 treatment and 4 replication. Treatment one is control method, second one is hand weeder, third one is mechanical weeder, fourth one is weedicide application, Pedlar floor as a recommendation of agriculture, and fifth one is manual weeding. The layout. Data collect from paddy and VD rice plant. We have to collect the data from plant height, number of plants, number of tillers, number of panicles, panicle length, and fill grinds. Data analyzed by SAS software used to analyze the data. We have to collect the paddy plant height, 20 days, 40 days, 60 days, 80 days, and 100 days. Tillers, number of paddy, spiglet numbers. The higher result shown by hand weeding. Panicle number of paddy. The hand weeding is show high results. Fill grind. The higher results shown by hand weeding. Panicle length also high results shown by hand weeding. 1000 seed weight also high results shown by hand weeding. Hand weeding, they haven't any VD rice because we have to select, remove the VD rice plant in the particular treatment. Tillers numbers in VD rice. The control method is show high results because they have a lot of VD rice. Panicle numbers in VD rice. The hand weeding is show minimum 0 level. Springlet number in VD rice because they haven't any plants in the weed. Fill grind VD rice. They haven't plant. Panicle length in VD rice. The control method show the higher results in this field because they have a lot of plant in the field. Conclusion. Hand weeding give the superior results on most of the parameters. Therefore, hand weeding is suitable method to control the VD rice population in the field and increase the paddy yield also. Some reference. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Aifa, thank you for your presentation. Now the presentation is open for discussion.
I have a small question. Your presentation is so nice. And could you kindly tell me at which stage you started hand weeding after panicle initiation?
Hand weeding is started to after transplanting the field. Within the 2 weeks, we will start the field level.
Yeah, you have mentioned about the panicle number of seeds, the panicle length and everything in weed rice also.
Yes, madam.
But shattering is very easily shattered seeds compared to rice seeds that weed rice. When you remove that weed rice by hands, the shattering is there, then the seeds are getting collected into the soil as seed bed. Then they will germinate in the next season too. What is your opinion in that regard?
It is before harvesting or before the select, we have to remove that plant. It is better to control the field level of weed rice. They have some extra quality, some color variant, some shape, some specials like seeds. End of the seed cover have a teeth like appearance have in especially weed rice.
If I have a question, so what is the normal weed rice population in your area per square meter?
Square meter around we have to.
Yeah, the unit, no problem. How? So what is the weed rice population, normal population?
Normal population 100 by 30, sir.
No, weed rice population.
Yes, normally the paddy and wheat rice population 100 by 30.
That means 100 rice plants, 30 weed plant.
Wheat plant.
Weed rice. Yeah.
Yes.
So then your recommendation, the hand weeding.
Yes, sir.
What is the practical application of your method? Because if the percentage is 30, so in your area there are large, the field size is very large. So how could you practically apply hand weeding for that type of situation? Profitable?
It is very difficult to raising the labor cost, but we have to control the early stage in next season, and after next season we will get the profit. But totally we have to, the now situation haven't any herbicides to our countries. That's why we have to, any stage we have to use for hand weeding.
Okay, so any other questions from our audience? Okay, if there are no any questions, or we can wind up your session presentation. Thank you very much for stopping.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so our next presenter is Mr. Virunta. So this is, I don't know. So then the presentation is on types of plants used for increasing the aesthetic values of landscape design. Okay, so over to you. Start.
Today, I am here to present my review article. My topic is types of plants used for increasing the aesthetic value of landscape design. Here, these are the content of my presentation. Introduction. Landscaping is the design of outdoor public area, landmarks, and structures. It means we designing, modifying, maintaining the outdoor area. From observing that natural scenery, we get happiness and pleasure. That's called as landscape aesthetic. Texture, size, shape, color, and flowering behavior like characters provide that aesthetic look to landscape. My objective is identify the different types of plants used for increasing aesthetic value. Welcome to the conclude discussion. Plants can increase aesthetic value in different ways. Some of them are designed as an outdoor sitting area, horizontal and vertical lines, as a frame and focusing the entrance, act as a living wall for building and etc. Landscape plants can be classified as annuals, perennials, biennials, indoor and ornamental plants, shrub, trees, cactus, and climbers. In this review, I mainly focused on annuals, shrubs, trees, climbers, and cactus. Yes, the annual plants can be used as flower beds, for example, petunia, impatiens, marigold. As a edging, dwarf marigold, alices, and candytuft. As a hanging basket, verbena, petunia, and alyssum. Folex, aster, zinnia, salvia, and verbena-like plants can be used as massing in beds. Then planting shrubberies in vacant spaces. For example, sunflower, tall-growing species of amaranthus, tithonia, and etc. Then some plants can cover the trellis work. For example, tall nasturtium, petunias, mandevilla, cypress vine, and etc. Here, these are some of pictures of those plants. This one is petunia, marigold, verbena, zinnia, sunflower, tithonia, candytuft, and mandevilla. Shrubs. Most of the shrubs are attractive in their foliage, and some plants produce attractive flowers. For example, azaleas, hydrangeas, and rhododendron. Some plants can be pruned and trimmed for topiary works. For example, Ixora, bougainvillea, Muria exotica. Can be used for diving road, borders, walks or paths. For example, it can be planted as foliage plant, Alternantheria, Eupoterium, Coleus, and when considering the flowering plants, Gerbera, Amaryllis, Lobelia, and etc. Here you can see how these plants give aesthetic look. Azaleas, Rhododendron, Bougainvillea, Ixora, Gerbera, and Coleus. Trees. Trees create attractive and beautiful colorful flowers together with odoriferous flowers. Few trees are noted for their attractive foliage, for example, Albizia lebec and Terminalia arjuna, Saraca india. Like plants can be planted on the borders of road as avenues for giving shade. Cassia nodosa, Delonix regia-like plant can be established in landscaping to facilitate the cooling down your property in hot season. Here, these are some of examples for trees. Albizia lebec, Delonix regia, Asoka. Climbers. Climbers are important decorative plants, for example, Alameda, Antigonum, Aristolochia, and etc. And asparagus, Sprengeri, Hedera-like plants are attractive in their foliage. And some of plants climbers can be trained as green, for example, Begonia, Passiflora. And some can be trained over strong structure, for example, Bougainvillea, Philodendron, and etc. Here these are some of climbers: Alamanda, Aristolochia, Ficus, Petra, Passiflora, Philodendron. The last one is cactus. Some cactus can having soft hair, for example, mammillaria. So it increases the aesthetic value of landscape. And some flowering type cactus like Opuntia, Microdices, Mammillaria, Helium, Parodia. And some the shape of the cactus are four types. First one spherical, columnar, cylindrical, and disc. These are the examples for cactus type plants. When come to the conclusion, aesthetic value of landscape design can increase different way, and there are a lot of There are different kinds of plants which have favorable characteristics that can create interest, attractive look, and environmental benefits for nature as well living organism. Here these are the references that I followed to prepare the presentation. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, madam, I can't hear you.
Ms. Pirunta, can you mention some plants that can be used for vertical gardening and urban area?
Yeah, we can grow some solanum species as well. The climbers plant, for example, Ficus repens, like plants we can use as vertical plants in urban areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Clarification. So now you have mentioned various types of plants.
Yes.
Out of them, how could we select best plant for various climatic conditions? So there's no guidance to select your plants according to the climatic requirements.
Yes, sir.
So think about dry zones. Since we are at dry zone, so what are the suitable plants for dry zone landscaping?
Yeah, in dry zone area, we can grow bougainvillea, alamanda, like plants, because we can see in roadside of a dry zone area. Normally the roadside, the bougainvillea and Ixora like plants are growing. So we can use that kind of plant for increasing the aesthetic look in the dry zone area. So I suggest most bougainvillea and Ixora like plants.
Any plants, that mean any trees suitable for the dry zone?
Yes, sir. Asoka, Regia delonix like plants. As well, we can grow the golden shower.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other clarifications, Steve? Okay. If there are no any other questions, we can wind up your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that we will move to the next presentation. So our next presentation is on the transitional changes of rice crop from conventional to alternative nutrient management system in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. The presenter is WMDM Vikramasinghe.
Alternative agricultural practices are currently the most discussed topic in the country. The main concern among the public is the time of transition from conventional to alternative farming methods. We also need to be aware of the changes during such a transition periods and to understand the solution to avoid any possible consequences during the transition period. Therefore, I am going to present the research finding related to the transitional changes of rice crop from conventional to alternative nutrient management systems in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Environmental pollution, health hazards, biodiversity losses, and global warming are the major problems associated to the uses of chemical fertilizer, especially in the agricultural sector. At the moment, organic farming and integrated agriculture are the most trending alternative farming methods worldwide. The concept is controversial, yet many success stories are there. The practical experience and research studies have identified many weaknesses that induce reluctance of farmers to continue during the transition period. These include soil degradation, nutrient deficiencies, pest, weed, and disease problems that are ultimately linked with low crop yield and declining grain yield. For addressing those problems, this research was conducted in a dry tropical lowland system with the broad aim of determining the crop nitrogen content, biomass, yield, weed biomass, and disease incidences during the first year of transition from conventional to integrated and organic system. There were three input systems based on fertilizer application, namely conventional, integrated, and organic. 100% inorganic fertilizer was applied as per the conventional method. A sole organic fertilizer based system and inorganic and organic fertilizer half rates blend as integrated were used. 6 replicates were arranged with the randomized complete block design. Pre-germinated seeds of the BG300 rice variety were broadcasted at a rate of 120 kilograms per hectare rate. When looking toward our methodology, leaf tissue nitrogen concentration and weed biomasses were measured at the heading stage. In addition, crop biomass and yield were measured at the harvesting stage. Then, the incidence of rice brown leaf spot was recorded commencing from the time of appearance of disease symptoms at 3-day sampling interval. And the disease incidence was calculated using the following formula. ANOVA mix model was used to analyze data and mean was separated using the LSD method at 5% probability level. Based on the finding of the research, the conventional nutrient management system recorded the highest leaf nitrogen content in both seasons. This is because nitrogen of organic compounds is generally less available to crop than nitrogen of mineral fertilizer. As well, the mineral nutrient in the conventional system are often advantageous to weed with quick release. That is the major reason for the high weed biomass with the conventional system in the wet season. And dry season with low water availability and free of herbicides were caused to high weed biomass under the organic system. Disease incidence was not critical during the dry season due to the lower incidence. The highest weed biomass with conventional and integrated nutrient management systems during the wet season result in high disease incidence as weeds are acting as host plant for the weed infestation. Due to low leaf nitrogen concentration, the organic system plants were less vigorous. Thus, disease incidences were high in an organic system. Collective effect of low disease incidences, high nitrogen content, and low weed biomasses resulted in high crop biomasses and yield during the dry season. The integrated nutrient management system also showed similar value to conventional system because mineral fertilizer increased the mineralization efficiency of the organic manure in the integrated nutrient management system. In conclusions, organic fertilizer-based system showed high vulnerability to weeds and diseases. Weeds infestation were high in the organic system, and in the wet season, organic system were highly vulnerable to the disease incidences. And finally, crop performances, yield was similar in conventional and integrated system. Those are the references. Thank you for your kind attention.
Excuse me, Miss. Thank you very much for your attractive presentation. What is your opinion when we are thinking about the food security under these challenging circumstances? What is your recommendation or what is your suggestion about transitional systems? What could be the practically applicable one, at least for the small scale farmers?
We can start from the integrated system. That means we can combine inorganic fertilizer and organic fertilizer. Then after, we can reduce the inorganic fertilizer and we can compensate those with the organic fertilizer. We can reduce step by step inorganic fertilizer and then compensate those things by the organic fertilizer step by steps. We cannot go to sudden reduction of total reduction of inorganic fertilizer. We can apply and we can practice step by step reduction of inorganic fertilizer, and then we can compensate those things by using organic fertilizer. That is my opinion and recommendation based on the results and findings of research study.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Crossing, I have one clarification.
Yes.
So, what is your percentage of organic and inorganic nutrient management systems?
That's mean you ask about the integrated system or?
Yes, integrated system.
We used 100% inorganic fertilizer for the conventional system, and we decided to use 50% nitrogen from the inorganic fertilizer for the organic system, because when concerning the nitrogen losses, the inorganic fertilizer lost around 75% of the nitrogen from the inorganic sources. When it comes to organic systems, it's only losses by around 25% of the nitrogen from organic sources. Then we decide to supply 50% of nitrogen using the organic sources in organic system, and when it comes to inorganic system, we apply half amount of rate from each inorganic and organic system. Then we supply 75% of nitrogen for the integrated system.
Okay, so that means to determine that compositions, have you found any literature regarding 50%?
Yeah. Yes, sir. According to the literature, I found those losses about the from the inorganic sources and organic sources.
Okay, so can you mention the source of that? Have you remembered which type of research is that?
It's a research paper.
Yeah.
I couldn't remind the.
Is it in your reference list?
It's not included in my reference list.
Well, that is very important. I think if others want to conduct such type of research, so we need some those types of literatures. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Vikram Singh. Any other questions? Okay, if there are no any other questions, we can wind up your presentation. Okay, so thank you very much for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will move to our last presentation of this session. Mr. Tivojan, he will present on application of moringa leaf powder extract as a plant growth and yield enhancer on capsicum annum. So over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tivoyan. Title of my presentation is Application of Moringa leaf powder extract as a plant growth and yield enhancement from capsicum and variety MI. Let's move to the introduction part. Nowadays, farmers are well aware of the application of organic fertilizer to improve the production as well as farming land to fill the demand for organic fertilizer. One such option is the use of moringa leaf extract as a fertilizer. Since plant hormones impact any step of plant growth and production, they can be used to improve the yield. Personally, there are 5 groups of growth which are oxygen liberating ethylene cytokines. Chili is one of the largest gas growth in Sri Lanka. It has become an important component of Sri Lanka food. Let's move to the objective part. Therefore, our main objective of the present study was to test the effect of moringa extract on growth, development, and yield of capsicum. And the objective are to evaluate the ability to produce yield of plant by utilizing the selected fertilizer, to reduce the usage of chemical fertilizer and maximize uptake of nutrition. Let's move to the material and methodological part. Research location. For this experiment was conducted in Regional Agriculture Research and Development Center, Killarney. Experimental design. Randomized complete block design with 3 replicates. This is a treatment and experimental design. For our experiment, there are 6 treatments including the control. Here mentions treatment 1 is 20%, treatment 2 is 40%, treatment 3 is 60%, treatment 4 is 80%, treatment 5 is 100%, treatment 6 is control method. In the methodological part, Moringal is collected from the garden. Chili seeds and eggplants were collected from the Agriculture Research Development Center. Preparation of Moringa leaf powder. This one is selection, then harvesting. Third one is collecting. Fourth one washing. Fifth one ARI. ARI get at room temperature for about 5 days. Final one in milling. Raising of seedling and transplanting. This is the preparation of Moringa leaf powder extract. Mixing 100 grams of powder in 1 liter water, then soaking 24 hours, extracting and extract. This is a diluted amount of Moringa leaf solution applying the plant leaves. From this experiment, those parameters were measured: growth parameter and yield parameter. Growth parameters are plant height, number of leaves per plant, leaf length, leaf width, number of branches per plant. Yield parameters are number of flowers per plant, foot length, foot diameter, individual foot weight, yield per hectare. Statistical analysis data were analyzed by choosing SAS 9.4 package. Next, move to the result and discussion part. Soil analysis. Analyze soil pH, yeast, and soil. Mean plant height at week interval. Mean plant height of chili was recorded for 6 different treatments at weekly interval. There was a significant difference found in treatment 5 with other treatment. Highest height was recorded in treatment 5 than other treatment at weekly interval. Mean number of leaves per plant at weekly interval. There was significant difference found in treatment 5 with other treatment. Mean leaf length at week interval. There was significant difference in leaf length at weekly interval. Mean leaf width at week interval. Highest leaf width was recorded in treatment 5 and lowest leaf width was recorded in treatment 6. Mean number of branches per plant at week interval. There was significant difference at number of branches at weekly interval. Mean number of flowers per plant at weekly interval. Highest number of flowers was recorded in treatment 5 than other treatment at weekly interval. Mean foot length at harvested the maximum length of foot was observed in treatment 5. Mean foot diameter. There was a significant difference in the foot diameter. Maximum diameter of foot was observed in treatment 5. Mean individual foot weight. Maximum weight of foot was observed in treatment 5. Mean yield per hectare. There was significant difference of yield per hectare by the foliar application of Moringa leaf extract, and the sky was recorded in the treatment 5. Minimum yield was recorded from the treatment 6. Next, move to the conclusion and suggestion. Conclusion is it acts as a growth promoter. When applied at different concentration in this study was proved that 100% of Moringa leaf extract foliar application improved the parameters. Hence, it may be conclude that Moringa leaf extract 100% as a foliar spray at foot set state can be used to develop better food quality and yield in chili. Moringa leaf extract is natural growth enhancer which is cheap, environmental friendly, and low cost technology for enhancing the yield in chili. Suggestion: based on this finding of this work, it is suggested farmers in the study area should adapt to foliar application of Moringa leaf extract. 100% of Moringa leaf extract for the increase in the growth and yield of capsicum. The use of Moringa leaf extract as a growth and yield enhancer could improve the productivity of small scale farm. This is the reference. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, Mr. Tivojan.
Yes, sir.
So now your presentation is open for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Theogen.
Yes.
Interesting presentation.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, madam.
Did you analyze the nutrient contents of the moringa solution, like moringa extract?
No, madam. I already saw. No, madam. I didn't analyze, but already one person published some nutrition value.
What is your idea about the new nitrogen content on in that nutrient moringa extract?
We are different concentration of amount. We are different
dilute amount of.
No, you are telling 100% solution is the most appropriate solution. So,
Yes, madam.
what is your idea about the nitrogen content? Because you are telling everything, all the yield components have been increased with that treatment. So
Yes.
it means there should be more nitrogen, especially.
Yes.
Have any idea what is? Yes, they are right. It's available in literature, but what's the content?
But I selected different concentration, but 20% is lower than 40%, for 60% lower than 40%. Likewise.
Yeah, that is true. But 100% is you are mentioning the 100% is the most appropriate solution, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And okay, the other question is, do you believe it retains on leaves to absorb that nutrients? Because some other liquid fertilizers and other applications, they are containing some adhering agent or some surfactants. But in Moringa solution, do you think it remains on leaves until it absorbs? Won't it wash off? Or how long it should retain?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
When you apply that Moringa solution onto the leaves as a foliar application, do they retain or remain on leaves, or won't they drain off without any adherent material?
Some materials mixed with the solution.
What is that? Surfactant or something like
Surfactant.
But you didn't mention in your presentation they should be there. Because when you apply some liquid fertilizer onto leaves, they drain off. They should remain for a particular period until they are absorbed by the leaves.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tivojan, I have one question.
Yes.
What is the pest and disease condition after applying the Moringa leaf?
Yeah, this is it. Moringa leaf extract as one of the act as a pesticide.
Have you measured the pest and disease conditions on your plants?
I didn't measure. Only act as a fertilizer. Like,
you measured only growth parameters.
Yes.
So one other simple solution. Now, is it Moringa extraction or Moringa powder juice? That powder solution.
A powder solution.
And it is not the extraction, no? You can't say it is extraction. It's a solution. Powder solution. Solution. It's not extraction.
Yeah.
So if you want to extract, it should be some other methods you have to follow to extract the nutrient component in that, right? So that's not extraction. Okay, any other question?
Did you analyze the cost component of this?
No, madam.
Do you have any idea about that? When you are recommending for farmers?
Yeah, it is small farmers, not commercial farmer, not impossible, but it's used for the commercial, for small farmer, commercial level.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tivojan, for your presentation on Moringa leaf juice. Okay, thank you very much for joining with us. Okay, so our next presenter in this session, R.T. Lopuhetti, she will present on Oreochromis nitricus and Citrus caprio integration with organically grown paddy. So over to you now.
Good day to all. I am here to present my research study on Oreochromis niloticus and Cypress copy of integration with organically grown paddy 8362. These are the content of my presentation. Let's move to brief introduction regarding the topic. Fish culture in paddy field may convert and recycle available material and energy into fish production, hence increasing paddy field productivity and enhancing the production potential of traditional farming practices. Rice fish culture has been adapted and practiced in Sri Lanka for about 1,500 years. The original integrated rice fish farming system, which was brought to Southeast Asia from India, has divided and evolved from low input to incentive system. Despite significant progress, some technical and production obstacles remaining, such as the yield gap between laboratory and field models, pesticide application, inconvenience, and the development of suitable design. Rice fish integration is required to investigate the process of the rice fish cultivation, as well as the link between rice fish and other variables in the rice field, such as soil, water, fertilization, and so on. In Sri Lankan settings, there is very limited information on soil and water chemistry in connection to yield, as well as the effect of rice fish integration on paddy growth and yield. This research focuses on the interaction between the rice plant and the fish in the system. Rice plant may provide food and nutrient to fish, and the fish can provide organic fertilizer to rice plant in the same system. And considering this, the present study was conducted with the objective of to study the effect of fish farming in paddy field on the growth and yield performance of rice. The specific objective were to assess the impact of fish in rice fish on same physiochemical parameters of water to select the most appropriate fish species for rice fish integrated farming system in Sri Lanka. A field experiment was conducted at the Institute for Agro Technology and Rural Science, University of Colombo, Hambantota. There were 4 treatments and each with 3 replicates. The treatment were rice integrated with tilapia 60 fingerling, rice integrated with common carp 60 fingerling, rice integrated with tilapia 30 fingerling and common carp 30 fingerling, and another rice plot was maintained as the control with no integration of fish. The experimental plot were arranged in RCBD manner. The field layout was as follows. The image is indicated in the RCBD arrangement of the research field. Land preparation was done using proper method. The field was prepared according to the experimental structure as follows. Organic fertilizer were applied. Paddy was transplanted. A net was constructed to protect the fish from predators. Fish was introduced according to treatments and regular management practices were done. Growth and yield parameters of rice and fish were recorded. Further, water quality parameters were checked in every month. Data were analyzed using ANOVA procedure in such statistical software. Let's move to the results and discussion. It was found that there were significant differences between the treatments on panicle numbers at later stages. Highest number of panicles were observed in the treatment 1. Paddy was showed significance among the treatment. The highest yield was recorded in the treatment 1 and it was followed by T3. Difference were observed on total biomass yield and highest was observed in the treatment 1. It was followed by treatment 3. There were significant differences between the treatments on root area diameter. T1 and T3 showed higher value compared to other treatments. Significant higher fish weight was recorded in the treatment 1 and tilapia in the T3. It was followed by T2. It was found that there were no significant differences between the treatment in dissolved oxygen. It was found that there were no significant differences between the treatment in ammonium concentration. It was found that there were no significant differences between the treatment in phosphate concentration. It was found that there were no significant differences between the treatment in nitrate concentration. Highest pH concentration was observed in the treatment tree and later stages. The highest EC was observed in the treatment tree. Then the conclusion of the study was as follows. The present study could conclude that the integration of Oryza sativa with Nile tilapia is suitable for maximizing and diversifying conventional paddy farming and aquaculture. However, further studies are recommended to select the right stocking density and feeding regimes. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loquetti, for your interesting presentation. Now it's open for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Loquetti. It is very interesting and new information for us. I want to have a small practical question. It's okay in Valleygut we have adequate water in our paddy lands, but can you kindly tell me during dry period, it means in between two seasons, we have to protect our tilapias. Otherwise, in every term we have to reintroduce. Therefore, we have to protect our tilapias using some strategies. What is the practice you are applying to protect them for the during the dry period after harvesting the rice crop?
Sorry, madam.
Wait, I saw you are having some ponds-like things.
Can you hear us? Slokiti?
Can you hear me? Utawaya tahinod mawa. Oya tahinod.
Actually, madam, I think student can't hear the sound properly. I can give the answer for that.
Yeah.
Can I give an answer for that question, madam?
Yes, Mr. Rathikar, please.
Yeah. According to your questions, actually, in dry season, there should be a strategy to protect the tilapia. So, according to my knowledge, in this study, we didn't construct any, we didn't use any strategy to protect the tilapia, but we can integrate with this system the refuge pond like structures. Refuge pond mean it's a deep hole. Actually, we can use this refuge pond protect the tilapia, especially dry period. Right after we receive when we receive enough water, then we can allow to them to rice field again. So this kind of refuge pond actually we can integrate to protect the tilapia, especially in dry zone.
Okay, thank you. Excellent answer. Otherwise, we have to reintroduce every time. So that refugee ponds are very useful. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if there are no any questions, they can finish your presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Loquetti, joining with us, and also Mr. Asika to join with us. Okay, so we will move to our next presentation. MNP Tennacon, so it's present on medicinal values of weights.
Good morning, all of you. Today I am here to present about my review article. My topic is medicinal value of wheat. This is the content of my presentation: introduction, objective, discussion, conclusions, and preferences. Let's move to the brief introduction. What is a weed? A weed is a plant growing where it is not wanted or interfering with the objectives of human. So the dominated by the family Amarantaceae, while Euphorbiaceae, Fabaceae,
Malvaceae, Solanaceae, Poaceae, and Cucurbitaceae are some other families. And major problems of weeds are allelopathy, interspecific competitions for nutrients, light, space, and moisture. Out of 250,000 flowering plants in the world, more than 8,000 species are weed. Though the ancient time throughout the world, man has used thousands of weed plants for the medicinal purpose. But due to the negative facts of the weeds, man ignorant about the positive side of these weed plants. As example, the medicinal value. But currently, with the increasing world's population, the population cannot afford the all allopathic medication concerns. So therefore, the World Health Organization encourages, promotes, and facilitates the effective use of herbal medicine in healthcare programs. So this is the objective of my review, to identify the medicinal weeds and their functions inside the human body. Let's move to the very important part of my presentation. It is discussion. Weeds are roughly divided into herbs, shrubs, and trees that belongs to the monocot, dicot, and petridiophylls. And also different parts of entire plants is used as medicines. As example, Coppermania, Polpala, Gotukola, Kikirindia, and Kadupahara-like plants, the entire plant is used as a medicine. And also Penithora, Gandapana, Behetanoda, and Pera-like plants, the leaves are used as a medicinal part. And also Katarolu, Balatana, Ikri, and Iluk-like plants, root system. The root system can use as a medicinal plant. Finally, there is a creeps also, like Iramusu, Divipauru. The entire creep can be used as a medicinal plant. Here you can see some common medicinal weeds that we can see in our day-to-day life. Mukunuwanna, Gotukola, Kalukumeriya, Kurunagala daisy, Bermuda grass, black pig weed, and eggplant. These are some common weed plants. Next, move to the medicinal weeds and their importance for the disease in the human body. As example, Coppermania. Coppermania can be used to cure in arthritis, asthma, bronchitis, and headache-like conditions. And also Dumukelia. Dumukelia plant can be used to cure in laxative, emetic, necrotic, and sedative disease condition. And also Sapsanda. Sapsanda can be used to cure in the alterative and purgative and antiperiodic disease condition. And also to cure in the laxative, edema, anemia, heart diseases, dyspnea, and eye diseases, Pitasudha sarana can be used. And also Pitavaka can be used to cure in the jaundice, while Monocodumbia is the most common, one of the most common weed plants. The Monocodumbia can be used to cure in the headache, while Gendakola, Vadakaha, Japanese broom, and Kukulusangu can be used to cure in the diabetics, constipation, diarrhea, hepatitis-like diseases respectively. And also here, also some examples. You can see Coppermania for bronchitis, Pitavaka for curing jaundice, and also Kukulusangu for hepatitis, and also Pitasudha sarana for edema. These are the conclusions. Weeds are vital medicines and they should be safeguarded because medicinal weeds are being exploited by residents due to lack of understanding of the importance of weed plants. Therefore, beneficial weeds should be identified with the care by agriculturists and weedologists and must be encouraged to preserve. For that, farmers must be educated on therapeutic properties of plants and trained on how to conserve weeds without compromising the growth of cultivated plants. These are the references that I followed to make my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nakon, for summarizing very important information on weeds. So now your presentation is open for the discussion. Okay, since there are no any questions, we can wind up your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Nakon, for joining with us. Okay, so thank you. So we will move to our next presenter, Ms. Sujantika. She will be presenting on impact of temperature variability in aquaculture in Batticaloa district. So what do you know?
My topic is impact on temperature variability in aquaculture in Batticaloa district. First of all, we move to the table of contents. Interactions, objective, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and reference. First of all, we moving to the interactions. Sri Lankan economy is mainly based on the coastal area such as agriculture, fishing, trade and tourism. Batticaloa district was major part of national gross domestic income from coastal area. Fluctuating temperature during the past decades, fish feeds, migratory and breeding habit will be directly impact. While in their physical habit will have an indirect impact on the growth, mortality and reproductions. The bulk of the coastal settlements and livelihood are in Batticaloa, which has a significant population density inside the coastal region. Due to the abundance of the natural resources in coastal region, several changes for economic growth has development notable along this district shore. WCT is responsible for the sustainable management of coastal zones in Sri Lanka and require insight into the risk and opportunity along the coastal belt to help in the fulfilling its mandates while promoting the sustainable economic development. My objective of study, this study was done in analyze the trend, temperature and in Batticaloa district. To analyze the correlation between fish production and temperature in Batticaloa district. Hence, the decision makers can consider this trend in policy formulation and devising the mitigation and resilience measures. My study area, the coastal economy account for the significant portion of national GDP. The Batticaloa district lies in the Sri Lanka east coast. The Batticaloa district coast was covered in 75.09 kilometers. It has a 4 kilometers beachfront along the eastern edge and its flood, with a mean sea level of 1.2 to 4 meters. Methodology. Excel stat software used to examine the historical rainfall data. Its recorded obtained the central bank report. And other one is the non-parametric test used to detect the trends in the climate parameters. Its software is Manhenda. First of all, decision making. Here you can observe there are maximum and minimum temperature. Those show the increasing trend. The magnitude was indicate the gradients. It's nearly 0.058 as well as in minimum temperature 0.038. As well as they observed their fish productions. Here the marine fish production was decreased, but they are using some strategy to increase the inland fish productions. Then we discuss what are the results we received. The trend of the average maximum temperature and minimum temperature from 2011 to 2020, while the hottest year reported the highest maximum temperature as 32.3 Celsius in 2016, where the lowest was 31.2 Celsius in 2020 respectively. As well as the highest minimum temperature was recorded 25.7 Celsius in 2020, while lowest temperature 25.1 Celsius observed in many years in this period. The average maximum temperature of 31.7 Celsius and minimum temperature 25.3 were recorded in observed this period. Maximum temperature was show increasing trend and magnitude was 0.58. in annual temperature. Moreover, minimum temperature 0.12 Celsius per year during these 10 years. According to that, marine fish production was declined in these 10 years. In this area, there was a downward tendency in marine productivity. The maximum quantity of marine output 39,610 metric ton in 2010, while the lowest production in 2018 70,850 metric ton. In additionally, increasing in the inland fish production, strong evidence from the variable species also demonstrate the conveyance to restoring the distribution of the temperature distribution in particular area, leading to the complex changes in fish fish productions are not directly related to the global warming. Seasonal marine events are recorded maximum temperature in 2016-2020. Implication of fish production by declining Batticlo district catchments. Stock and cold over the next few years are based on the estimated only small changes. The early occurrence of accident accompanied by noted effect from the occurrence extremely maximum temperature, for example in particular regions. Highest temperature from 2016 to 2020. The conclusion of this research, the annual maximum and minimum temperature was reported by 31.7 Celsius and 25.3 Celsius respectively. According to the additional data set, maximum minimum temperature is 31 Celsius and 24.7 Celsius respectively. Therefore, 0.7 and 0.8 increasing temperature were recorded. As a result, it can be observed that temperature can be rising in this area. According to that, marine fish production was declined in this 10 years period. Further negative trend was observed in marine production, but these challenges more favorable for the inland fish production in this area. So I am suggest to these suggestions. In Sri Lanka, the notations of the mitigation and adaptation to climate change policy is still in infancy, but it has a government support. The cumulative effect of the temperature variation have potential to the negative damage coastal fish aquaculture. The fishing industry development must be take into the consideration the consequence of climate change and take effort implemented adequate adaptation mechanisms to ensure the industry long-term viability. So these are the reference of my study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sujantika. The paper is open for discussion now.
Thank you very much, Sujantika. It's a nice presentation. In your presentation, I understood with increasing temperature that is common in your area has a negative impact on fish population in inland fisheries. So, didn't you try to find any resilient species or that resistant species of inland fish to grow in your area? That is the first plan. The second one is, can't we introduce some aquatic weeds like as well as something to reduce the soil water temperature in that inland ponds?
Yeah, it's one of the good suggestions. It's already they are practicing in small scale that they are not introducing in the commercial way there. Some using the plant as solar lights plants.
And better to go for some resilient species for the high temperature from other countries. So because nowadays the nutrient security is very important in under present situation. So fish prices are getting higher. So inland fisheries are the most important thing, and people are looking for the nutrient security through fish. Therefore, you have to think about the resilient species for the high temperature.
Rio Promise is commonly practices in here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Suyantika, I have some clarifications. So from where did you collect the temperature data?
It's irrigation department collect this.
So you have used only 11 years, 10 years data. Is it daily data or monthly data or?
Monthly data.
So that means temperature, monthly averages or daily temperatures?
We are collecting the monthly averages.
So I think that is not suitable for a trend analysis. You should take daily data for that type of one. And also for, you use the man-Kendall test for the trend analysis, no?
Yes.
So that is actually need at least 30 years of minimum rainfall or temperature data for man-Kendall test. You just only 10 years data. So I think you have come to very strong conclusions with the 10 years data. That is not enough, I think. You should use minimum 30 years data for analyze that to come to such a drastic conclusions, right? Okay. So it is just a trial, it's okay, but you should use more duration data for such a conclusion. Repeat your data, repeat your experiment, I think, then it's better.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, if there's no any other questions, we can finish your presentation. Thank you joining us. So our next presenter for this session, AGSD Silva, he will be presenting on disrupting fishing practices and the necessity of reformation of laws in Northern Province, Sri Lanka.
The research topic is destructive fishing practices and necessity of reformation of laws in Northern Province, Sri Lanka. Introduction. Destructive fishing was the result of unregulated technological change and due to other factors. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization in 2015, the term destructive is spanning from a classical overfishing to outright destruction of the resources and its environment, as for example when using explosive or other methods with significant and definitive impacts. This review article aims at exploring the use of destructive fishing techniques in Northern Province, Sri Lanka, the reason for their use, their impact on the livelihood of fishing population and environment, relevant international instruments, Sri Lanka legal regimes and their effectiveness. Methodology. In Sri Lanka, this review follows the method proposed by Toreko 2005 to analyze the existing literature and legislative documents. Literature review process divided into 3 phases: planning, execution, results analysis. Results and discussion. The most commonly found destructive fishing methods in Northern Province were dynamiting, bottom trawling, bushfile fisheries, purse seines, stack nets, monofilament nets, scuba diving. The major causes of destructive fishing in Northern Province were increased geo-efficiency, poaching Indian and southern migratory fishes, policy failure of existing laws. The effect of destructive fishing can be categorized into 3 ways. There are ecological, economic, and social impacts. When it comes to the ecological impacts, depletion of vulnerable marine resources, decline of fish productivity, depletion of ecologically valuable marine, of endangered marine organisms, modification of phenotypes and change in species dominance, marine pollution and imbalance the marine ecosystem, loss of marine biodiversity and alteration of marine food web. When it comes to the social impacts, physical injuries of local fishermen due to save their nets from being damaged by Indian boat, valuable fishing gears, increase the malnutrition level in coastal community. Economic impacts, income losses of small fishers due to lack of fish productivity, reduce the income generation of hotel industry. Effectiveness of the legal regimes to deal with destructive fishing. Indian fishermen start to crossing the international maritime boundary line and trawlers began to encroach Sri Lankan water. Inadequate implement Lanka to address illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing by foreign fishing vessels. Suggestion for law reformation on destructive fishing. Necessity to revise the Fisheries and Aquatic Resource Act number 2 of 1996. Necessary of constantly being updated of fisheries and marine laws, awareness building programs for fish on the ecosystem and long-term impact on catch. Marine protected area and habitat have been established across the country. Conclusion. The entire fishing sector in Sri Lanka is regulated by mainly Fisheries and Aquatic Resource Act number 2 of 1996 and Fisheries Act number 59 of 1979 enacted by the Department. Fisheries materials that are prohibited and there were no specific penalty system for usage of banned fishing gears, materials and methods. Therefore, it is necessary to revise the existing laws with proper law and sustainability of marine resources. These are the references. Thank you.
So open for the discussion. Can you hear us? Okay. Any question, please?
Yes. Okay, the Silva, you have mentioned that, there should be necessary reinforcement of law. But what do you think about that? There are enough law and the implementation is not a problem, or what your opinion on that case? Please.
Mainly that Fisheries and Aquatic Resource Act number 2 of 1986 and Fisheries Act 59 of 1979 is regulated the entire fishing sector, but Fisheries Act 1996 especially mentioned the what are the type of fishing gears and methods. Fisheries Act number 1979 not clearly mentioned what are the methods and fishing gears. Harmful methods practices by foreign fishing vessels, because most the problem is Indian fishermen, migratory fishermen come to the and Sri Lankan territorial water and they start to poaching fishing.
Okay, since there are no any other questions, we can finish your presentation. So thank you, Mr. Silva, joining with us. So now we have come to our end of the session. So our last presenter in this session, PG Samara Vikrama. So he's presenting on growth and yield performance of Vishnu Kranti as affected by different management. Okay, it's over to you now.
Yeah, madam. Yes, sir. My topic is growth and yield performance of
Recording stopped.
in Vishnu Kranti as affected by different methods of irrigation and weed management. Objective. Main objective to evaluate the growth and yield performance of evaluations and solidity limbs as affected by different methods of irrigation and weed management practices in mass scale cultivation. Specific objective. Number 1, develop most appropriate weed management method for evaluation and solidity. Most appropriate irrigation system for evaluation and solidity limb method. Experimental design. Experimental was designed according to split plot design with 3 replicate factors, identification and treatment combinations. Main plot. M1 manual irrigation, M2 sprinkle irrigation. Subplot
T1, control treatment without any weed management. T2, polythene mulching. T3, row seeding and use manual rotary weeder for weed management. T4, to intercultivation with weekly intervals after bed preparation but before planting. T5, transplanting. This is my field designs. Nursery plant preparation for transplanting. 3 weeks before the transplanting, Vishnukanthi seeds were placed in seeding trays and let them to grow under shade house till seedlings grow up to 4 to 5 leaf stage. Land preparation, polythene mulching, row seeding and weeder, irrigation mechanism, harvesting and data collection. Growth parameters, plant height, number of leaves per plant, number of branches per plant, fruit volume, yield parameters, pressure dry weight of whole plant. Result and discussions. Effected of irrigation method parameters of evaluations and result related that irrigation method was not significantly affected on growth parameters. Plant height, number of branches per plant, number of leaves per plant. No interaction effect was also found between irrigation method and weeding method. Therefore, results are discussed here only effect of different leaves and branches per plant, number of leaves and branches were significantly high in the treatment with compared to the control. Transplanting treatment should significantly highest number of leaves and branches with compared to all other treatment followed by the polythene mulch applied treatment. When overall growth parameters were considered, the best growth performance was observed in the transplanting method with compared to all other treatments. This is mainly due to minimum competition with weeds as peel is free from weeds at the point of transplanting with compared to all other treatments. Effect of weed management practices on pressure and dry weight of whole plant, fruit volume, fruit number and fruit weight. Result revealed that irrigation method was not significantly affected on yield parameters, fresh weight, dry weight, fruit volume and root weight, but they were significantly affected by the weed management practices. Effect of weed management practices on fresh weight. This herbs also comparatively small and therefore weeds are more competitive and grow well by suppressing these herbs. Research clearly showed that whatever the weed management practices used in this experiment effectively suppress the weed by the reporting less fresh and dry weight of wheat biomass with compared to control treatment where no weed management practiced. Effect of method of irrigation and different weed management practices on number of weeds. Here weed management practices were not significantly affected on yield parameter, but high number of weed count was found in control treatment compared with other treatment. Weed growth percentage 70% is high in second weeding compared to the first and third weeding because here too weeding management practices adapted before until the second weeding was performed after 8 weeks of planting. In this case, the number of words in the control treatment has increased a lot, but all other treatment did not show a clear increase in weed population. Third weeding was performed 12 weeks. It's clearly visible. The weed control mechanism has decreased the quantity of weed compared to the control. Conclusion. Method of irrigation was not influenced on growth and yield parameters of evaluations and solidity. Transplanting was showed highest significantly plant growth, number of leaves and number of branches. Polythene mulching, row seeding and use weeder for weed management to intercultivation after bed preparation before planting in weekly interval and transplanting are showed significantly highest fresh weight, dry weight and fruit weight. Therefore, research concludes that all 4 weeding methods are positively impact on harvest. Recommendations. This study covers the only 2 types of irrigation practices as manual and sprinkle, and they did not show as significantly effect on plant growth and yield performance. Therefore, further studies on effect of different irrigation mechanism on plant yield and performance recommended.
So thank you, Mr. Samarekam, for presentation and information, very important information. The presentation is open for discussion now. So I have one question, one clarification. So what is your experimental method, Mr. Samavikram? What was your experimental method? So please unmute. So I think you are on mute mode. Please unmute. Can't hear.
Plot design, sir.
Huh?
Split plot design.
Yeah, split plot design. So then, so you have used two different agronomic practices, weed management and irrigation. So why did you select those two different agronomic practices and their combination effect to check? So instead of their combination effect, you can take, I don't know, you can take the individual effects for the impact, their individual impact. What's the importance of having their combination of it? Because those are two different agronomic practices. And also you are recommending to check various spring irrigation levels. So if you do the experiment separately, you can do those things also for the investigations. I can't hear. We can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear us or can you answer? Okay, I think there is a technical problem.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
You can answer. We can hear you.
Hello.
Okay, I think there's a technical problem. So anyway, with the time limitation, we can go more than that. So thank you very much for joining us. So we will wind up this session. So thank you very much for all the presenters. So if I summarize this session, so this session is on innovations for sustainable agriculture. So there were 10 presentations, and out of that there were 3 review papers and 7 basic research. So I think most of the researchers are coinciding with our main topic, but is sustainable agriculture. So I think most of the presenters gave very, very important information for us for the sustainable agriculture. So I think with that small remarks, we can conclude this session. So thank you very much for all the presenters joining with us today for this agrotechnology and rural sciences conference. Thank you. It's over to you, Mr. Supun.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the end of technical session 1, and we have gone through 10 effective presentations under the theme of innovation for sustainable agriculture. Since this is the end of the first session, I would like to thank all the presenters who have shared their valuable finding with us. And then thank you very much, Dr. Asangadi Ampitiyawatta, for sharing this session and providing your contribution. And thank you very much, Dr. Sujata Veerasinghe and Ms. SAP Nelka for sharing your valuable thoughts with presenters. We conclude the technical session 1, and thank you very much. Over to you, Dilini.
Thank you, Mr. Supun, for coordinating the session. Next, I would like to invite the session coordinator, Ms. Chatura Sirivardhana, to coordinate the session on smart farming and advanced agriculture.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warmly welcome to the technical session 2, Smart Farming and Advanced Agriculture. There, I firstly welcome the session chair, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, who served as a senior lecturer, University of Colombo, Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences since May 2021, and former Associate Dean, Fiji National University, and International Consultant Post-Harvest Technology of Food and Agriculture Organization. Moreover, Dr. Gunatilaka has 22 years experience in his academia. Warmly welcome you, sir, and dear panel members, Mr. Hasanaka Rohanadira and Mr. Buddhika Danushka. You also warmly welcome to the technical session number 2. Dear sir, Dr. Champati Gunatilaka, the session is over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Now we are going to start our session. I think the first research title is the preliminary study on performance of strawberry under controlled environment condition with different rooting media in dry zone. That is going to be present Veeraman, MV Veeraman.
Good day for everyone. Today I am going to present about the preliminary study on the performance of strawberry under controlled environmental conditions with different rooting media in dry zone. I am MV Veeraman from Department of Agronomy, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. Let's move on to the introduction. Ever you thought to grow strawberry in dry zone? Yeah, there might be a possibility to grow strawberry in dry zone. By manipulating the microclimate around the plant, it's very important for successful growth in tropical region. A strawberry cultivation possible in dry zone under controlled environmental conditions around day temperature 23 degrees Celsius to 28 degrees Celsius, and the night temperature 10 to 15 degrees Celsius as the ideal. By manipulating these conditions, my study was carried around 30 degrees Celsius daytime temperature and 23 degrees Celsius nighttime temperature. Objective of my study is to identify the impact of different rooting media on the performance of the strawberry cultivars. Here I select the variety Camarosa because that is short-day variety which well adapted to warm climate conditions. In material and methods, these are the treatment combinations for my research, and it was arranged in complete randomized factorial designs which was repeated 10 times among 4 treatments. In treatment 1, compost with topsoil 1:1 ratio. Treatment 2, compost with coir dust 1:1 ratio. Treatment 3, compost with sugar bagasse 1:1 ratio. Treatment 4, compost with half burnt paddy husk 1:1 ratio. Finally, the data was obtained as average plant crown diameter, average number of leaves per plant and flowering percentage, average number of runners per plant. Finally, determine the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium and organic matter content percentage through chemical analysis. This all data was analyzed by using SAS 9.1 version and Uncle multiple range test. Mean separation was done to determine the suitable treatment combination, rooting media combination for strawberry cultivar under controlled conditions. Let's move on to the results and discussion. In effect of rooting media on crown diameter per plant, while increasing the crown diameter, that means there are more chance for vegetative growth. That will increase the number of lateral branches, flowering thrushes, runners, and the leaves. Through my research, in treatment 3, sugar bagasse and compost in 1:1 ratio, in 12 week, it given the highest crown diameter as 10.93 meter. In the effect of rooting media on number of leaves per plant, the maximum number of leaves in a strawberry 4.6 was observed in treatment 1 and treatment 2. In treatment 1, that is compost with topsoil in 1:1 ratio. In treatment 2, that is compost with coir dust in 1:1 ratio, while the minimum was 1.3% was observed in treatment 4. In the effect of rooting media on runner production and flower production, in treatment 3, the compost and sugar bagasse 1:1 ratio has produced 5 runners up to January as the maximum runner production per plant, and it shown 80% of flowering up to January. From this, we can conclude that flower production will start from November it will reach up to January, and there's a chance for fruit bearing from December to February. In chemical analysis of different rooting media, the highest nitrogen content was observed in treatment 3, compost and sugar bagasse 1:1 ratio, around 31.5 ppm. Highest phosphorus content in treatment 2, compost and coir dust 1:1 ratio, that is around 86.8 ppm. Highest phosphorus content in treatment 2, that is 32.5 ppm. Highest organic matter percentage was observed in treatment 3, that is compost with sugar bagasse 1:1 ratio, around 34.7%. By considering all about these results, we can reveal that the strawberry plant performed best with treatment 3, sugar bagasse with compost in 1:1 ratio among different rooting media for growth and the quality attributes of this strawberry. These are few of my references. Thank you.
For your presentation. Now the presentation, the research is open for the discussion. So in my case, I have one question regarding this research. So that you are only discussion about that root in media and that agronomical thing, but you are not saying how to control the environment condition, because the strawberry normally grown in temperate type of environment. but you are going to grow it in wet, dry zone. So dry zone, normally you are saying the temperature is high and temperature RH both high. So that you didn't say that how do you control it under your condition, it's not explained well. Can you explain a bit about that?
Yes, sir. In shade net, around 50% shadeness was used for this experimental site, and to control, that is for controlling the temperature, and there's a bed cover with green grower with using bedman grass, and to control the humidity. While we are using the bed grass, that will increase the humidity. So that humidity content, I use a standard bench. In that bench, the pots was placed in the bench. Then control the inside the net house inside temperature around 28 degrees Celsius in daytime, and night it will reduce up to 20, 23, that range. So am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
That is the way what I use for the controlling environmental conditions.
Okay, but you didn't use any any type, any sort of some instrument to control the temperature system.
Yeah, natural things. Because the reason is, if we are going for the farmers, they want to practice this. Otherwise, I can use the cool pad system, but it is will cost high cost may be there. Then I want to reach this one to the farmers. That's why I use the natural ways how to control the conditions.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Veeraman, nice presentation, nice topic you have selected. One thing I want to clarify from you, what is the pH range? Did you go with investigate about the pH range in your different type of medium? pH values of the medium, did you got it?
In media, I didn't check for the pH.
Okay, anyway, because that soil is highly sensitive for the pH value as well.
Yes, sir. It will sensitive for acidic.
Definitely. Slightly acidic condition, 5 to 5.5.
The normal soil in dry zone, normal soil condition is that saline condition is there. Therefore, I didn't use that soil. Instead of that, I prepared the media with different by using different substances, and I prepared the media for cultivate this strawberry to avoid that from the outer environment.
Okay. Other things, how you collect the runners for your planting as a planting material?
I collected planting material from the Fruit and Research Institution, Borlanda, in wet soil. Then it will take some. It takes some time to adapt this condition. It was grown, rooting will happen. I kept plants in there. Then thereafter, it transferred to this dry zone in Kirinochi area and transplanted. Now already these plants are adapted to this condition.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Veeraman, then I need to give some clarifications. Then in your topic, you have mentioned about control environment conditions, but I didn't see any variables regarding on the controlled environment. I think you have to parallelly collect data on environmental parameters, basically temperature, humidity, and other parameters, those related to the your experiment. Then simultaneously you have to make some correlations with your controlled environment parameters and your collected data, basically growth parameters. But I think you can develop this experiment to with that controlled environment parameters or variables, right? Then I think Yeah. Then you had conducted some experiment on the design was two-factor factorial. I need to know then what are the two factors that you have checked.
The variety, and the other one is this media.
Yeah, then in your presentation, you have to clearly mention that because then you have done two-factor factorial design, but you didn't show any evidences, didn't show any evidence to us. Then you have to, if you are mentioning some experimental design clearly, then you have to show your evidences to us, right? These are my comment and questions. Then you have to do next experiment with some advancement of this topic. Then I think I need to thanks very much for your nice presentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Nowadays I'm conducting, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Veeraman. We next the next presentation. The plant survival rate of the Orisa rupee foregon assessed by reciprocal common garden equipment. That is, I think, going to be presented by Vijay Ratna. Miss or Mrs. I don't know.
By the reciprocal common garden experiment. This presentation is aligned with this context. As you all know, rice is the most important food crop for more than half of the world's population. However, the global population is increasing by the passage of time. But the thing is, cultivated land area is not increasing. So, rice cultivars should be increased continuously. As cited by MC Koch in 2004, majority of genetic variation is still laying wild relatives of rice. There are 24 rice species in the world. Out of these 24, 22 species are wild relatives and remaining 2 species are cultivated rice. They are annual or perennial with different genomic types. There are 5 wild rice species were recorded in Sri Lanka. They are Orisa nivara, Orisa rucoba, Orisa granulata, Orisa echingeri, and Orisa racemate. So let's see what is the significance of Orisa rucoba. Actually, Orisa rucoba is considered as the direct progenitor of cultivated rice with AA genome, and it is mostly confined to the wet zone, as well as high potential to use as a source of variety development program. Let's move to the significance behind this study. Primary information on local adaptation, ecological fitness, and survivability in native and introduced environments will be used to screen suitable patterns for breeding purposes, along with development of appropriate and efficient conservation strategies. Objective of this research is to determine the ability of local adaptation and speciation by comparing the plant survival rate of Orisa rucoba in native and introduced environments. Now I am going to discuss the methodology of this study. Actually, reciprocal common garden experiments were conducted at Hambantota and Akurasa area to represent the dry and wet zone respectively. The areas denoted in this map were my experimental locations. Here you can see the field layout of this experiment. So 14 days old seedlings were transplanted in each field site at 3 leaf stage, which include 90 Orisa rucoba parental plants. Each site included 3 replicated plots consisting of 30 individuals per plot. The results revealed that the highest survival rate was observed in wet zone, while the introduced environment showed the comparatively low survival rate before flowering stage under irrigated conditions. After 1 month and 2 months under natural conditions in the dry zone, plant survival rates were 80% and 63% respectively. However, plant survival rates were statistically significant after 3 months and 4 months under natural conditions in the dry zone when compared to the wet zone. The plant survival rate of Oryza rockwoven under natural conditions of wet and dry zones in Sri Lanka was distinguishable. According to our field observation, Oryza rockwoven populations are mainly confined to wet zone and perform well under these climatic conditions. The information concerning the survival rates of Oryza rockwoven that has been generated from this study reflect a baseline study in understanding its adaptation to different environmental conditions. Now I am going to conclude the results. This study provides detailed information of adaptation and survival rates of different climatic conditions in Sri Lanka. Conclusively, these findings may help to design successful breeding practices, implement conservation strategies, and development of location-specific modern cultivars. These are the references that I use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijayaratna, for your presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. I have one question regarding your presentation. So this is a wild rice variety, am I correct? I think. So did you analyze that yield parameters in comparison to other the hybrid varieties with the hybrid varieties? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. So there is a signal drop in there.
Oh. Hope you can hear my question.
No.
That my question is that this is actually you did the research regarding that wild rice variety. So did you do did you do any comparison with the hybrid varieties?
No.
In terms of yield?
No, sir.
Okay. Only you are checking that the survival rate in dry zone as well as wet zone.
Yes, sir. Actually, this study focused on Oryza nivara and Oryza rockwoven. So in this abstract, I will explain the Oryza rockwoven survival rate in native and introduced environment in Sri Lanka.
Okay, that is only you did for research. So what is the advantage of this research? I mean, that is there any that variety has a special advantage in comparison to the hybrid, or what is the important?
Actually, Oryza rockwoven is a perennial plant, and it has a very effective and most valuable genes in there, like BPH resistant and bacterial blight resistant and salinity resistant, like that. So I think these genes hybrid for the cultivated varieties, it is most helpful for the breeders in Sri Lanka.
Okay. Okay, that is the requirement. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vijayaratna, thanks for your presentation. I want to clarify something about that. According to your results, that the wet zone is the more preferred environmental condition for this wild variety than the dry zone. Can you assume what kind of reason could be attached with these issues?
Actually, Oryza rockwoven normally distributed in wet zone. So, but in our case, we check whether the wet zone and dry zone there is any differences. Their habitat or any other thing.
Okay. Anyway, why didn't you go for the intermediate zone to check? Because if you select 3 sites, may give some clear definition for this, no?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I need to ask something from you.
I need to clarify a few things. Then I think as per your result, the survival rate of the wild rice is significantly higher in the wet zone. No, am I correct, Mr. Vijayaratna?
Yes, yeah.
Then I asking from you, what are the mechanical methods to control that weed rice? I think it is also a problem to our rice cultivation. No? Then what are your suggestions to control that wild species by mechanically?
Yes, actually, this is not a wheat rice. Actually, this is a white rice.
Yeah. Then I think the both wheat rice and white rice we need to control. No. Then for your improved varieties, then you have any suggestions to control that wheat rice and white rice by mechanically?
Actually, I can't know any ideas about that. So I think the manual weeding is better because rice and Ivara seeds are more susceptible to the other environment conditions. So we can't apply any chemicals to any other weedicide.
Do you have any figures on yield parameters of wild rice and wheat rice varieties?
No.
Then you just only presenting about the survival rate of the wild rice, no? Then
Yes,
I think you have to this is my suggestion. You have to increase your sample sizes because you have tested 3 places, but for the deep statistical analysis, you have to go for many more sampling, right? Then I think next time you have to do very precise experiment. Then for that you have to improve your sample size and your variables. I think you as a variables you have selected just only one variable. I mean it is the survival rate, but you have to spread out your variables regarding your experiments. Next time you have to try for that for a do better experimentation, right? Then thanks for your nice presentation. Thanks, Mr. Vijayaratna.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vijayaratna, for your presentation. So let's move to the next presentation. That is the effect of gamma radiation in agriculture crops. That is going to be presented by SCN Jayaveera.
In this presentation, we are going to explain about the effect of gamma radiation in agricultural crops. Before going for the discussion, I'll give you some introduction about the gamma radiation. Irradiation is an ionic, non-heat process to expose substance to ionizing radiation or radiant energy. So it can be able to damage the macromolecules such as nucleic acid, lipid, protein due to its excessive frequency, short wavelength, and high energy photons. Apart from the other radiation type, gamma radiation is considered as an environmentally friendly form of ionizing radiation. When the objective, we will identify the effect of gamma irradiation on plant, focusing few categories: mutagenesis, modification of growth and development, seed germination, and changes of physical behaviors. When it comes to the discussion part, the first one is mutation. So the gamma radiation considered as a major physical mutagen. So with the use of this kind of mutagen, we can improve desirable characteristics in agricultural crop such as plant size, flowering period, fruit ripening, fruit color, self-thinning, self-compatibility, and pathogen resistance. Here I include few mutations which is obtained from gamma radiation. You can see they obtain different fruit colors
from applying gamma radiation through mutations. One is biochemical and physiological changes in crop. When we apply gamma radiation, it will hydrolyze the chemical bonds and lead to cleave big molecules into smaller fragments. These fragments are called free radicals. So these radicals can damage cell components and change physiological or biochemical characteristics that affect plant cellular structure and metabolism, like thylakoid membrane dilation, antioxidative system modulation, photosynthesis alteration, phenolic compound accumulation. One is effect of radiation on crop growth and development. After applying gamma, there are certain morphological parameters can be changed. As example, it will increase plant yield attribute. As example, it will increase number of pod per plant, number of flowers, or seed index. And also, it will retard the plant height. Several researchers observe higher doses of gamma radiation show some inhibitory effect towards seedling growth. This image also you can see the higher doses show some retard seedling growth, while the low gamma doses elevate the growth of seedling compared to control. Seed germination. By applying varying doses of gamma radiation also affect some varies result. Gamma rays up to 100 dose regularly elevate the germination percentage. But after that level, we increase further gamma dose, it will gradually reduce the germination percentage. So these stimulating consequences might be due to activating of RNA synthesis or might be due to eliminating of germinating bacterial population, their spores. Conclusion: use of gamma rays has several different effects on plant. As example, biological and physiological changes, growth and germination changes can be happen through the gamma radiation applications. Most importantly, many researchers observed radiation effect was strongly influenced by several factors. These two characteristics majorly influence plant characteristics such as species, varieties, genomic composition. Effect: we cannot predict result by looking at previously observed result even in same variety. That because of the other factors, which is effect for the gamma radiation effects. Other than the plant characteristic, radiation characters such as quality, duration of exposure, gamma radiation dose also strongly influence the gamma effects. Therefore, experiment on gamma radiation never become old, and also it will open up new avenue for future research studies. Answers I used to make this presentation. Thank you very much.
That for any purpose, what is the main purpose So
Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, you in your presentation, we found that there are no specific reason you didn't point it out. The reason for doing the gamma radiation, that is for increasing yield, or that I said that the general things you were saying during the presentation. So is there any specific reason for doing this treatment?
Yeah, I focus mainly to identify the effects of gamma radiation, not for the yield increment.
Yes. Yes, that in terms of which
you can get several positive benefits like yield increment, self-compatibility like features.
Okay. Then only what is the dose you are giving in your treatments as a treatment? The radiation good doses?
So this is a review.
This is only the review. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that in your review, did you identify any significant dose to change it?
Majority of examples show some 10 rays of gamma is okay for majority of crops. So if we increase that level, it will be retard the growth and other characters of plant.
Okay.
Most of the time.
It says in literature the 10 gig, what is the gigahertz? What is the units it's given?
Ray.
Rays. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Javir, I think this is not a literature review, this is a literature survey, you are just exploring something about the gamma radiation and how it affect on that agricultural crops, and also your topic is too much broad, according to my view. Anyway, did you, okay, as a survey, so you just collect the information and how it affect for that your calculation. Anyway, have you have shown some pictures about that how that seed survived after a few doses of race according to your review, your survey, 100 traits are the best for increase the survival rate, no?
Yeah.
What are the other doses they have used for this research in terms of the seed dormancy or the survival?
200, and up to that level, it will retard the seed germination. 400.
It means that the 100 is the optimized level. If they go for below 100 level, it could be stimulated or it could persist that to survive. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have two questions. Then you have done some survey on effect of gamma radiation of seed treatment. Then its result of that is making mutations, no? Then I think that mutations can be go for two ways. It can be positive or negative. Then if we are having some negative effect of gamma rays for the agricultural crops, then what are the precautions can be followed?
So we can try another experiment by changing the factors I mentioned during my presentation. There are two factors, plant factors and radiation factors affect for the effect. So we can change the factors. And
then my question is then if we are having worst mutation that affected to agriculture in worst ways, some mutation can be affected by worst ways. No? Then I think then some seeds or some crops may have some worst mutations that affected to our cultivations. Then you have any informations or ideas about that how to control that kind of mutations or worse mutations that negatively affected for the agriculture?
No, sir.
No. Then I think you have to know about that. Then some mutation may be worstly affected for the crops. Then it's can be go for a positive or negative. Right. Next things is that I'm going to ask from you. Then what is the importance of these gamma rays radiation rather than the genetic manipulation of a crop? Then it is cost effective, or is there any other importances rather than the genetic manipulation of the crop?
Not too much cost effective. There are no such thing actually.
I think it is the because then we can go for the clearly genetically studies. No, then we can identify the gene. We can improve the gene by using genetic modification and manipulation.
Yeah,
then,
but it will time consuming somewhat.
Right.
If we go for the genetic breeding, it will take some more time.
Right. Thank you, Javira. Thank you, Anand. Thanks for the nice presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Javira. So let's move to the next presentation. That is morphological sex expression of Carica papaya and its relationship with the prevailed weather conditions. That going to be presented by W.H.N.Y. Haverly.
The morphological sex expression of Carica papaya and its relationship with the prevailed weather conditions. Papaya belongs to family Caricaceae and it has very high medicinal properties and also considered as one of the main sources of paddy. In Sri Lanka, papaya is cultivated primarily as a home garden crop, but there are commercial cultivations as well. Though there are well-known recommended hybrid papaya varieties and number of local varieties, no systematic morphological characterization for those local Sri Lankan papaya varieties. Therefore, we aligned our study to distinguish the variation of morphological characters of red lady and a local variety, and to determine the relationship of those characteristics with the prevailing weather conditions. We conducted our study at Faculty of Technology, University of Ruhuna with two varieties by using the randomized complete block design, and all the management practices were followed recommendations given by the Department of Agriculture. These are the morphological characters which we recorded at flowering and fruiting stages, and meteorological data were collected from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, which was the nearest weather station to the experimental field, and statistical analysis was conducted by using the MES Excel and SAS statistical software. When it comes to the results, it's clear that hermaphrodite flowers were tubular in shape while female flowers in pear shape. But when we consider the floral dimensions, height of the male and hermaphrodite flowers of the red lady variety showed significantly higher dimensions compared to the local variety. And stamen arrangement of the hermaphrodite flowers of those two varieties was comparatively different. Here we can consider the relationship plant height, stem diameter, and number of fruits were significantly and positively correlated with each other in both varieties and both type of plant. And when we consider the local variety, all the recorded plant dimensions was significantly and positively correlated with the relative humidity. Here, first we can consider the plant height. There was no significant difference in between the plants at 6-month stage, but when it's come to the 15-month age, hermaphrodite local variety was significantly higher in the height compared to the other plant varieties. And In the stem diameter, red lady variety was significantly higher at 6-month age. Then we can consider the number of leaves. It was higher in the red lady variety at 6-month age of growing, but when it's come to the 15-month of growing, hermaphrodite red lady and local female variety showed higher number of leaves. And when we consider the leaf length, red lady variety showed significantly higher leaf length at 9th month of growing. Here we can consider the chlorophyll content of the plant. It was already high in the local variety, but it was significantly high in the hermaphrodite local variety at 15 months of growing. Then we can consider the number of flowers. It was already high in the red lady variety most of the time, but when it's come to the 15-month age, hermaphrodite plant of the red lady variety showed a significant lower number of flowers. Finally, we can consider the number of fruits. It was high in the red lady variety at first stages, but when it's come to the 15-month age and after that, it was high in the local variety. Therefore, by using this all, we can conclude that there are very important and positively negatively correlated morphological patterns in between the red lady variety and the local variety. But this study recommended to have further investigation in the red lady variety and the local variety to have final conclusion and the generalized morphological characterization of the local variety. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now the presentation is open for the discussion.
Okay, Mr. Again, nice presentation and very informative. One thing I want to clarify. Yeah, what is the local variety? Because we have used two varieties. One is a red lady, other one is a local variety. What is the local variety? Have you identified the name or something about this variety?
No, actually, we didn't identify the variety. We have taken it from the nearby village side. So I think for that one, we have to characterize it and find through it, because they are like they are crossed and I think have a new variety type of, I mean, not new variety, like crossed and have the local as a local variety, and we have to do the identification part for that one.
And also you didn't go for that the taste or the quality parameters, no?
Yes, yes. Actually, this research, the base of this research is to find the papain extraction, develop a proper papain extraction method for the papaya. So this one is the base study, and we are in the process of extracting papaya, and we want to find good varieties that will be compatible with papaya papain production. So in that case, we are doing the research. So this has done as the basic one.
It means that is a part of a big research, no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sevagi. I think we can move. Now we are actually running out the time. Therefore, we can move to the next presentation. That is determination of high performing Sri Lankan traditional rice assistants at Agriculture Faculty, University of Ruhuna during Maha season 2020-2021. That is going to be presented by
Dear Madam, today I am going to present the findings of the research, which is on determination of high-performing Sri Lankan traditional rice accessions at Agriculture Faculty, University of Ruhuna during Maha season 2020 and 2021. Introduction. Sri Lankan rice germplasm consists of traditional rice varieties and improved rice varieties. According to PAGRC, there are more than 500 traditional rice varieties reported from Sri Lanka. Background for the research was the emerging interest on traditional rice and eco-friendly agriculture among farmers as well as consumers. Majority of farmers in Cambodia cultivate new rice varieties for higher yield. Meanwhile, they are frequently affected by biotic and abiotic stress. Therefore, there is a need of varietal diversity. The research problem was lack of information on high-performing traditional rice varieties for specific agronomical regions for efficient utilization of the germplasm. There were two objectives. First one, to evaluate selected agronomic and yield characters among selected traditional rice accessions. And the second, to determine the high-performing accessions at Faculty of Agriculture field during Maha season 2020-2021. The experiments were conducted at Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna. 3 Mahamavi accessions, a Mavi Samba, a Mavi accession, and Czech variety BG300 were used as the planting materials. Methodology of the field experiment: 2 weeks old seedlings were transplanted at 30 cm spacing following randomized complete block design with 3 blocks. And the photoperiod chamber experiment: 2 weeks old seedlings were transplanted in pots following complete randomized design with 3 replicates. And plants were kept under photoperiods of constant photoperiods 1150, 1145, and 1140. Weather data was collected from Department of Agricultural Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Pune. Selected agronomic and yield characters were evaluated. ANOVA, mean separation and cluster analysis were done via SPSS software. Distinct accessions were selected based on cluster analysis. Quantitative agronomic characters: plant height at fifth leaf, days to flowering, height at flowering, culm circumference, and chlorophyll content at flowering were significantly varied among accessions. Quantitative yield components, grains of panicle, effective tillers at harvest were significantly varied among accessions. Correlations were identified in between days to flowering, grains of panicle, height at flowering, and culm circumference. Regression between days to flowering, grains to panicle with R-squared value of 0.72. This graph shows the variation of photoperiods in photoperiod chambers and natural environment, as well as the fluctuation of environmental temperature during the experimental period of 150 days. Accessions were affected by photoperiods 4 days to 5th leaf and plant height at 5th leaf. In accession 4134, significantly higher plant heights were recorded under the photoperiod of 1145. Days to flowering was also significantly affected by photoperiods. Mahamavi accession 8541 and 8543 had significantly delayed days to flowering values under the photoperiod of 1150. Meanwhile, the Mavi Samba accession 4561 was not flowered during the experimental period of 150 days. Mavi Samba accession 4561 was separately clustered at rescale distance of 70 because of the distinct characters of the accession. Conclusion of the research: accessions were belong to different age groups from 2.5 months to 4.5 months. And the accessions 4561, 8541, and 8543 were produced highest number of grains per panicle and affected by the photoperiods also. Positive correlations between days to flowering and grains per panicle and plant height at flowering at probability level of 0.05. And accession number 4561 separately clustered at rescale distance of 17 in the cluster analysis. These are the references used to prepare the presentation. Now the presentation is open to discussion, and thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jayasinhanan, you are saying that presentation is open for the discussion. So yes, it is open for the discussion.
Mr. Jaisingha. Then I need to ask a few questions from you. Right. Then question is, then is there any importance correlation between these? I mean, the number of panicles and number of days to. Excuse me. Can you go for the your presentations?
No, not possible. Not possible.
It is possible. Not possible, no?
Yeah.
Is there any positive relationship between number of panicles and numbers of days to flowering?
Yes, there was a positive correlation in between grains per panicle and days to flowering, as well as some other characters also like plant height at flowering and current circumference also. At the p-value of 0.05.
Right. Then what is the importance on that? I mean, the number of panicles and the number of days to flowering. Is there any importance to farmer?
Yes, because when increase the days to flowering means the days to flowering varieties of existence with higher days to flowering means those are long duration variety. So when you increase the days to flowering means the assimilation, carbon assimilation increase, and with the other photosynthesis. So the relationship, correlation in between positive correlation between days to flowering and grains per panicle and means that it indicates the higher yield. So the farmer's ultimate goal is the higher yield.
Then as your knowledge and your experience, then what is the best fitted accessories to cultivate in wet zone like Kamburupitia and Thiagoda like area?
Yeah, based on the accessions I have used to this experiment, so I can suggest the Mavi Samba accession, which has high grains per panicle as well as high days to flowering, and several other agronomic and yield characters. So we can do more trials with different locations of the area, not by using just the first experiment conducted in the Faculty of Agriculture. So I think we have to cover the whole area, and by after that we can go for such prediction. This variety must be more better.
Then do you have any advice to then sometimes these traditional varieties are laying in the floor when it is grain filling, no? Then do you have any idea about to control that plants falling into the ground?
Yes, that's a main issue in the Kamburupitia area because the frequent flooding. So, but these varieties are used to this experiment to show very beneficial characters such as high grains, high current circumference. It tolerates the lodging and it facilitates as well as long with high current circumference and higher plant height. It facilitates to the floating during even in flooding also.
Right. Thanks very much, Mr. Jaisingha, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jaisingha. So now I think it's going to be end our this session. So we have 5 research presentation. Out of 5, I think only one is the literature review. Others all research conducted by the authors. So out of this, I would like to conclude this session. And thank you very much for all the presenters as well as that the judging board. And now I think we are going to little bit. I mean that we are going to stop this our sessions for the lunch. So until I think it will be yes, okay. So it will be announced to you. Okay, I think I would like to conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Herewith, we have come to the end of the technical session 2, Smart Farming and Advanced Agriculture. And I must thank to you, dear panelists, to sacrifice your valuable time in order to enlighten the gathering. As my dear presenters, to conduct your valuable research findings in front of the light audience. Thank you very much. Ms. Dilini, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Chatra, for coordinating the session. And dear all, please be informed that we will have a nice lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back to the third National Symposium on Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences 2022. To start up with the third technical session, I cordially invite the session coordinator, Mr. L.M. Nas, to coordinate the session on food science and technology.
Thank you, Ms. Dilini. I warmly welcome you all to the technical session number 3, Food Science and Technology. I would like to welcome the session chair, Dr. Asanga D. Ampidiyawatha, Director, University of Colombo, Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, and former Dean, Faculty of Technology, as well as Faculty of Agriculture, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka, and panel members, Ms. Supipi Navaratna and Mr. Rasika Sampath, to continue this session. Dear Sir, Dr. Asanga D. Ampidiyawatha, the session is over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nas. So now we are ready for starting the third session of food science and technology. So there are 9 presentations line up. So I think all the presenters know the presentation rules. So you have 5 minutes presentation time and 5 minutes discussion time. I request from all the presenters to be with us after the presentation for the discussion session. So, okay, so we will start our first presentation of this session. It's on antimicrobial activity of biodegradable packaging film developed using Palmyra tuber starch, essential oil and chemical preservatives. The presentation is done by N. Sobini. So what you know.
So the title of my research is the antimicrobial activity of biodegradable packaging film developed using Palmyra tuber starch, essential oil and chemical preservatives. So first of all, we have to see an introduction about that. So normally food packaging are used to ensure the quality and safety of the food products. So, but nowadays there are several novel technologies are introduced in the packaging technology, such as active packaging, intelligent packaging, biodegradable packaging, and edible packaging. These have shown an immense potential in the food industry. So that active packaging, active ingredients such as essential oil and chemical preservatives are incorporated for the formulation of edible film to increase the shelf life of the food products. So this package was developed with the intention of packaging fresh fruit slices. As a result, the study investigated the effectiveness of essential oil and chemical preservative in the film against E. coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Bacillus breve. So this is how we have extracted the starch. First, we have peeled and cleaned the tuber, then cut into small pieces and ground that well. Then we have filtered the muslin cloth and allowed to sediment. Then washed and separate the starch, and it was allowed to oven dry. As this abstract is the part of a project, in previous part of the project, the optimization of film formulation was done. These are the ingredients used in the film formulation: starch, gelatin, glycerol, and water. Third formulation with 80% starch was optimized in the previous result. So then the preparation of antimicrobial film. There are two types of antimicrobial film now produced. First one is the essential oil film, and another one is the preservative film. So first we have weighed the ingredients, then we dissolved in water and heated in 80 degrees C for 30 minutes while stirring. Then we have poured the film forming solution on the tray. Then we add Asian. Then the two types of Asian antimicrobial film was formulated as shown here. For essential oil, after the addition of essential oil, it was homogenized in 10,000 RPM for 3 minutes. For the chemical preservative, addition of chemical preservative was done after the adjusting of the film forming solution. Then it was allowed to dry in oven for in 40 degrees C for 24 hours. So these are the two types of essential oil used in the formulation of antimicrobial film. First one is the cinnamon oil and second one is the clove oil. So these are the concentration of the essential oil used. Then the antimicrobial film was formulated with the preservative. These are the preservative used, SMS, sodium benzoate, and potassium sorbate. The combination of the preservatives also used. So before adding the preservative, the film forming pH of the film forming solution was adjusted as shown here. Then the antimicrobial activity of the film was tested using disk diffusion test. So these are the microorganisms used: E. coli, Bacillus brevis, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Because as we are going to pack the carrot slice, according to the availability of culture also, we have tested these microorganisms against that. And now we can go for the result part. So according to the disk diffusion test, cinnamon oil and clove oil with 1% have shown inhibition zone against E. coli and Bacillus brevis, and cinnamon oil and clove oil with 1.5% showed inhibition zone against E. coli, Bacillus brevis, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And these are the pictures of that disk diffusion test for essential oil. Then the antimicrobial activity of the film with chemical preservative. Unfortunately, no clear zone was observed against any of the preservatives. Because the preservative cannot be able to diffuse through the film. These are the results of that. Then in conclusion, that active biodegradable packaging film with antimicrobial properties are able to be formulated and developed using clove oil and cinnamon oil. Then the inhibitory action was not observed for the film with chemical preservative. Then the best film formulation was starch 4%, gelatin 1%, glycerol 1.5%, cinnamon oil or clove oil with 1.5%. And these are the references used. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, Ms. Sobi, thank you for presentation. So an important presentation. So it's open for discussion now. Panel members, if you have any questions, please.
Thank you very much. According to your presentation, you have done very excellent research. So my question is, you have developed biodegradable packaging film using a Palmyra tube starch. So do you have any plan to commercialize this product?
We have a plan, but the cost of production is somewhat high. That will be a problem in commercializing.
Do you estimate what is the cost of production?
Yes, for 1 meter square, nearly 400 rupees.
400 rupees.
When we are using that essential oil, yeah, the price will be high, but that's why we have tried with the chemical preservative. We have developed the active packaging with the chemical preservative, but unfortunately, we are unable to get a inhibition zone for the chemical preservative. So if we commercialize that essential oil film, that cost will be high. But
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Yes, Miss. It's nice presentation. I have a small clarification. You use the essential oil, cinnamon, and clove. So, do you have any other option to reduce the because of your cost increase due to that use of the essential oil, that type of? So, do you have any suggestions for any other essential oils? Other
Yes,
than
there are widely.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. There are wide researches are done on different essential oils in different films. Peppermint oil, lemongrass oil, those type of oils also has been used. And also that chitosan also used as an antimicrobial agent, but that also caused problem. So that's why we didn't use that.
What is the problem? No? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, Sobini, I have
Thank you.
one question.
Yes.
So what type of food you can use this film?
Actually, we plan to produce this film for packing carrot slices, fresh carrot slices. But when we are packing the carrot slices, that starch will absorb the moisture. As a result, it will modify the texture of the film. Because of that, I will recommend to pack dry types of dry foods, fruit leathers like thing, or we can use as a coating for tomatoes like things, not fresh cuts. Because of fresh cuts, that moisture will be released and that texture of the film will be affected.
So have you checked with fruits of this?
We have checked with that carrot fresh slices. So that's the problem of the moisture. So I recommend to do with other dry foods or any fruits.
Okay. So any other question from our audience? If you have no any questions, we can finish your presentation. Thank you, Ms. Sobini, joining with us for the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we will move to the our next present of this session. So the next presentation is on manufacturing of turmeric powder using the turmeric grown in semi-arid zone Sri Lanka. The presenter is DNCC Unadilakka.
Good day for all. Welcome to my presentation. The title of my presentation is Manufacturing of Turmeric Powder using the turmeric grown in semi-arid zone of Sri Lanka. I am Champati Gunathirak from UCIRS. Turmeric believed to originated from Southern Asia, and turmeric mainly used in Southern Asia in comparison to the other part of the world. Turmeric powder has high demand as a food ingredient as well as religious purpose. The various methods used for turmeric powder processing, but this research study we conducted identified the correct powder manufacturing procedure for making high quality turmeric powder using the turmeric grown in semi-arid zone of Sri Lanka. The material methods, the processing steps we identified that harvesting, sorting and cleaning the first steps, and boiling and galvanization second, and slicing and drying, and grinding and sieving, then packaging and marketing. So that harvesting at correct stage of maturity is very important. The correct stage of maturity is we can identify that by drying the leaves of the turmeric pseudostem. Then the harvesting we have to do it carefully. Uprooting we did it carefully without damage to the turmeric rhizomes. So that harvested rhizome need to be sorted out. The damaged rhizome need to be sorted out, and good rhizome need to be selected for further. So here it's sorting out that good rhizomes for the further processing. And this is the after sorting out the good rhizomes, it need to be properly washed and clean, and need to be removed all the impurities, sand and everything from the rhizomes. and this is clean dry. So the clean rhizomes, it required to be boiled for gelatinization, and the boiling temperature, it should be 95 to 100 degrees Celsius, and the boiling time, it identified at 50 minutes because it required emitted of characteristic odor, so that after 50-minute boiling, it's emitted the characteristic odor. So that after boiling, the moisture content is increasing to 90, and this is how we are doing boiling. And then after boiling, it need to be slices, and slicing actually it facilitates the drying, and the drying should be less. After slicing, it takes less time for the drying, so that during the drying, the moisture content reduced 89% to 9%. The mass loss during drying is 60% is observed. So this is slicing, and this is drying. The grind, then after the dried slice need to be grinded. So grind, we use the pin mill, and 400 micrometers sieves is used. Polypropylene used as a packaging. So this is the pin mill. This we need to pass through the pin mill for the proper grinding. Then let's go to the result and discussion. So that boiling is very important part of in turmeric powder processing. Boiling actually facilitate proper gelatinization. If gelatinization doing properly, then we can get good quality powder, as well as we can get high quantity of powder. So if not gelatinization happen properly, that the turmeric qualities get less. So then the drying also very important. So that if we are drying properly, then only we can make a quality turmeric powder. So that moisture content should be less than 10 before grinding, and the dismill is the best for the grinding. And rhizomes pieces need to be past 400 micrometer for keep as a standard size, standard particle size. The ground powder was actually spread after the grinding. It need to be spread for the proper drying as well as cooling, so that the powder moisture content need to be maintained at 9%. So that very less mass reduction we found during grinding. And this is actually after grinding, it required to packaging. For the packaging purpose, we use polypropylene, and the polypropylene is the best because we identified after 4-month storage time, the moisture content increased with very less. It is 19%. It keep 9%, but it increased to the 13% only up to the ambient moisture content. So all our turmeric powder keep as a SLS standard 613/1983. So that the moisture content keep as a 9, and that the particle size keep 400 millimeters less than 425. So this is the turmeric powder we produce. And it can be concluded that powder processing is step suitable for processing of turmeric rhizomes harvested from US UCIRS farm, that is harvesting at correct stage of maturity. It's very important, and then cleaning and sorting, and then after it need to be boiled, then need to be drying up to 4 days to reduce the moisture content 89 to 9%, less than 10%. Then after drying, we use the pin mill for grinding, and then use the sieve for 400 micrometer sieve net for make the proper particle size as a SLS standard. Then it packed in polypropylene sheet. Then because of the packing material, polypropylene actually it's good packaging material under this condition, and it is cost wise it is best. It's identified, and it can be keep more than 4 months. under ambient condition. We identified the moisture content is not increasing much. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation. If you have any further clarification questions, you are welcome to ask. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Empathy, for your informative presentation. So now it's open for discussion.
Yes, your presentation is excellent. The recent past government banned importation of turmeric powder from other countries. With that policy, most of the farmers try to cultivate turmeric. So, sir, did you calculate the cost of production? That means to produce 1 kilogram of turmeric powder. Do you have any idea?
Yes, of course. Actually, that I can't hear properly. I think you asked the cost of production of the turmeric powder process. So
Yes.
that we calculated it actually that it is it's depend on that the mainly with that yield of turmeric powder. Actually, that we use 10 kilogram of turmeric, and then out of 10 kilogram we able to get 4 out of 10 around 4 kilogram. Not around that. More than 4 kilograms, 4.2 kilograms out of 10 raw turmeric. So accordingly, that we made that the cost calculation. That cost actually because this turmeric we obtain mainly from that UCIRS farm. Actually, this is the UCIRS did research to identify that whether the turmeric can grow in arid zone. So that we use for this research. But then I didn't get any information regarding that labor cost and other things. But anyhow, that other cost, what is going for the processing, I calculated. So accordingly, I found around actually that for especially for the drying, we use that the sun drying. Then there are no cost. Only for one labor we hired that for 10 kilogram. 10 kilogram actually the labor it take only around 2-3 hours to process it. So accordingly, that cost then can calculate so that for processing of 10 kilogram, it was I'm not exactly remember that the exact cost, but roughly it can be said around 200 rupees or something like that. I spent for the 10 kilograms. So then actually that it's the value added from the 10 kilogram. It is I think 10 times more in selling as a raw. I can't say 10 times. The five times. Yes, 5 times more as a selling as a raw turmeric.
Thank you, sir. I got that point.
I have one clarification, Champati. So now we know turmeric is cultivating especially in the wet zone and the other zones of the country. And your topic is manufacturing of turmeric powder using the turmeric grown in semi-arid zone of Sri Lanka. So what are the specific differences of processing of turmeric between wet zone and the dry zone areas? So in your area, specific processing differences.
Parameters, processing parameters.
Processing.
Yes, yeah. Actually, that is the good question. I found actually in comparison to that wet zone turmeric, it may be a little bit soft comparison to that the turmeric available in dry zone, and as well as the color in terms of the quality parameters I'm explaining. In terms of color, that little bit dark color, it's in the turmeric available in arid zone we found. And in terms of processing, actually, I found that there are more fiber content is high in what you call that in arid zone turmeric. So then, therefore, that we found bit we need 2 pass through the pinning. Actually, that sometime it actually depend on the pin mill quality. So that sometimes the 1 pass is enough if you are using the turmeric from the intermediate zone or wet zone. But here we need 2 pass because that is because of the fiber content. So that if you want to get the finer particles, it requires 2 pass through the disc mill, or disc mill means the pin mill. So that is what I identified mainly the difference between the turmeric grown in wet zone and intermediate zone comparison to the arid zone.
Okay, so have you compared the wet zone and the semi-arid region, the final product? That means now you use 10 kilogram. If you use 10 kilogram of wet zone, what about the N quantity? Have you idea about that?
Yes, exactly. That we got information because we didn't do any research for that wet zone one. The intermediate zone one, we did the research in year 2004, I remember. So accordingly, we found that the yield is high in comparison to the wet zone turmeric, I mean the dry zone, sorry, intermediate zone turmeric. In comparison to the intermediate zone turmeric, the turmeric powder quantity, I mean the quantity wise, it's more in arid zone turmeric. So that the recovery is, I think, if you use 10 kilograms, around 3 or 2, we can get from that intermediate zone. But here it is, recovery is very high. It's more than 4 kilograms. That is what I observed in significant thing.
So what may be the reason for that? Your idea? What may be the reason for increase?
Reason may be because that may more fiber in that is actually that it required the chemical analysis to if you are saying in 100% accurate, but in my guessing is that the fiber content is a bit high in that arid zone turmeric.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. So since there's no any other questions, we can wind up your presentation. So thank you, Champati, joining with us for the nice presentation. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, so our third presenter is Dushani. So she will be presenting on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on access of foods, dietary habits, and nutrient intake of adults in Sri Lanka. So over to you, Ms. Dushani.
Good morning. Today I'm here to present the survey findings, impact of COVID-19 pandemic for access to foods, dietary habits, and nutrient intake of adults in Sri Lanka. These are the contents. Imposing lockdowns or curfew on corona outbreak of most of the countries over the world, including Sri Lanka, caused food security and nutritional status in communities are badly affected from this global crisis. In Sri Lanka, many people who depend on daily wages faced many difficulties due to the loss of income. Major supermarket chains in Sri Lanka faced difficulties to measure their delivery process to match the demand for essential goods. Hence, the present study was conducted to explore the perceived impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on food accessibility and dietary habits of people above 18 years in age, covering 11 districts in Sri Lanka. A structural questionnaire-based survey was piloted for this study. A probability sample of 14,200 people above 18 years in age, covering 11 districts, including rural and urban areas of Sri Lanka, was used for the study. Probability sampling approach such as simple random sampling, stratified sampling, and cluster sampling was used as sampling procedures. A structural questionnaire asking closed-ended and open-ended questions in 3 languages, both online and on-site modes. Duration is from May to November 2021. The questionnaire was composed of 3 sections: socio-demographic information, dietary habits during COVID-19 pandemic period, access to food during COVID-19. For the questions seeking the opinion of the response were evaluated using a 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. In the third section of the questionnaire, the nutrient intake was also analyzed. The response for all questions were analyzed using Wilcoxon sign brand test and Mann-Whitney test at 5% significant level. This chart illustrates the socio-demographic information of participants, and this figure illustrates the income level of the survey group. According to the study, the probability of skipping main meals has significantly decreased, and the habit of snacking between main meals has significantly increased. This is because getting away from the busy lifestyle with the work from home practice causes stress during the continuous staying at home. This may be the reason for that. The probability of consuming homemade food has significantly increased during the pandemic period. Likelihood of consuming food, fast food, processed food, and junk food such as fried rice, kottu pizza significantly decreased. And in contrast, consumption of fresh foods like fresh fruits, vegetables, fish, meat has significantly increased. The impact of immunity boosting foods such as coriander, pepper, lime, ginger, garlic has significantly increased. And the intake of nutritional supplements like vitamin, minerals, proteins has significantly increased, which causes a positive impact on health of people. According to the statistical evaluation, significant number of participants has to substitute some food items due to less or unavailability. Out of the tested population, 69 has agreed that they had to maintain stockpiles. Significant number of response has agreed that they had to rely on less preferred food items. Significant number of response has agreed that they have to cut down the consumption of some food items due to increased price during pandemic period. More than 30% of the tested sample has agreed to the fact that they had to reduce the number of meals or portion size. It was observed that the response were in economically vulnerable situation due to the food inflation, as the cost of the food items required to nourish all members in family was not sufficient. According to the response of participants from different areas of Sri Lanka, prices increase of all food categories during the pandemic period has experienced by people in Sri Lanka. For the mean number of servings consumed by the tested sample from each food categories like fruits, vegetables, bread, egg, a statistical significant change of consumption level during the pandemic period compared to before pandemic was not reported. The probable reason for this is the home delivery which was available during the pandemic period, and the people cultivated food crops in home gardens during the lockdown periods. And conclusion, a significant increase in consumption of home food, fresh foods and immunity boosting foods along with the decrease in consumption of processed food among people in Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic period, it can be considered as a positive change in dietary habits of people. The consumption of all three meals plus increasing the snacking between meals with a sedentary behavior has resulted in the body weight increase in many individuals and which cause a negative impact on related to non-communicable disease. Home delivery facilities has reported well in maintenance of access to food items by public even during the pandemic period. Hence, a significant decrease in consumption level of major food categories has not occurred, although people has to substitute or avoid the consumption of some food items due to the sudden price increase and unavailability of most of the commonly consumed foods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dushan, for your presentation. So now it's open for the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Dushan. I have a question. Can you explain how you selected respondents for your study?
So can you hear us?
So I can't hear properly.
My question was how you
Can you repeat, please? Yeah.
How you selected respondents for your study? What's the procedure you followed?
So it was online and on-site mode. So I selected 40. It means from 11 districts. Just that open-ended and closed-ended questions were asked. Then I prepared a questionnaire, so issued on that online and on-site mode.
Okay.
The age limit is that above 18 years.
Okay, so any other questions?
Yeah, Ms. Dushan, it's a nice presentation and you addressed to the current issue. So I have a small clarification from you. So you, in your research, your group finalized snacking is increasing with comparatively the main meal. So any observation or any comment from in your side about that?
Yes, madam. During because now we are working in a busy time period. So while staying at home, we are having a stress condition. So that intake of that junk food and snack food increase, because the main reason is that staying in home for a long period. So increase that stress condition. So the consumption of junk food, snacking food increased. So I think that it might be increased.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I have one clarification. I need one clarification. Vishani, so now one of your objectives is impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for nutrient intake. So what is your conclusion on that? Nutrient intake.
So nutrient intake, because of that, because nutrient means that that major constituents and minor. So by lockdown period, most of they are that frightened for that that COVID that virus infection. So they intake more nutrients like that that impact that they take more that immunity boosting like coriander, lemon, pepper, and they partly that they take that the vitamin supplements. So so that it increase the nutrient intake of them.
So which nutrients? Only vitamins or?
The vitamins.
What about other major nutrients?
Mainly vitamins.
So what about major nutrients?
Because by lockdown period, they mostly cultivated fresh vegetables and fruits. So it so many they have cultivated small scale. So it may be that organic products. So that vitamin minerals means that fresh fruits, vegetables, or.
So what has happened to the major nutrients like carbohydrate, protein, those things, lipids?
Carbohydrate on course they that it also come under that home garden, so they cultivate the yams like that. So carbohydrate content also increased, but the major focus that they mainly consume that vitamin minerals from fresh fruits and vegetables.
Okay. So any other questions? If there's no any other questions, we can wind up your presentation. So thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Khan.
Thanks.
The next presenter, R.W.M.R.L. Varnasurya, he will present is about the development of nutritious curry cube by using mung bean and cowpea. So what do you know?
I am writer. I am here to present my research study. My topic is development of nutritious curry cube by using mung bean and cowpea. Here is the content. Grains are important source of many nutrients, including fiber, B vitamins, and minerals. They are healthy for humans due to their nutrition profiles. When considered about mung bean and cowpea, processed nutrition including magnesium, folate, copper, B vitamins, and also enzymes and antioxidants, which are important for maintain good health. Why? Cowpea helps to keep the skin healthy, controls bad cholesterol level, weight loss, and anti-aging. Let's see what is the problem statement for this research study. Mung bean and cowpea are nutrients-rich grains which can be easily found from the market, but usage has become reduced due to the busy life schedule and consumption of instant foods. Let me give few seconds to justify it. Mung bean and cowpea are high protein contained crops, therefore a good substitute for meat in vegetarian diets. We can increase the consumption of these two by value addition, and also value addition maybe helps to overcome the trend of using instant food. Let's see what are the objectives of my study. My general objective is to develop ready-to-cook nutritious curry cube by using mung bean and cowpea. And my specific objectives are to conclude the best proportion of mung bean and cowpea, to evaluate the nutrient content of selected product, to determine the storage life of the selected product. I did this experiment in Food Research Unit, Gannoru. And the materials I used are mung bean, cowpea, chopped onion, curry powder, turmeric powder, chili powder, salt, and coconut oil. Here are the treatments carried out for sensory evaluation. Let's see how I developed this product. Ingredients were weighted according to the treatments and recipes. Mumbin and cowpea were chopped for 5.5 hours. Soaked mumbin and cowpea were blended separately and mixed according to the treatments. Then add other ingredients according to the recipe. After that, paste into mold and steam it for about half hours. Then the pieces were separated and fried. Finally pack it in vacuum pack and keep in deep freezer. Sensory evaluation was carried out using 5-point hedonic scale and 30 panelists. According to the result, product was finalized. Here is the recipes for this product. After product was finalized, AOAC official methods were carried out for determine crude fiber, crude protein, moisture, free fat, and ash. And microbial analysis done according to SLS methods. For statistical analysis, I have used Minitab 18 software. Here are the Friedman test results for sensory evaluation. According to the results here, I have prepared a web diagram. You can see sample 367 shows the best result for most of the attributes. Therefore, I have selected it for final products. Here are the approximate result for final products. According to that, we can see this product contain more protein. According to microbiological study, it can be proved that this product is safe consumption for 2 weeks. I was unable to conduct more microbiological studies because of the time limitation and current situation of the country. I can conclude that nutrition curriculum was successfully developed by mixing 50% of mumbin and 50% of cowpea, and it contains most of the nutrients. This product will be a good potential for mumbin and cowpea value-added products as they are very few in the market. And I have some suggestion. It will be beneficial in if further studies could be carried out for determine the shelf life of the product. According to the literature, mumbin and cowpea contain higher number of the nutritional compounds. Therefore, it is necessary to analyze them. And also, this need more microbiology test for determine the actual shelf life. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Varnasurya, thank you for a very informative presentation. So now it's open for the discussion.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Based on your result, my perception is you have developed nucleus curry cubes using mumbin and cowpea. So do you have any idea about the shelf life of this product? How long we can keep this without deterioration of its nutrients?
Maybe 60 months.
6 months?
Yes, 6 months. Maybe.
Did you check what kind of packing material is good for this product when storing it?
Sorry, sir?
You know, there are different types of packing material to store the foods. Do you have any idea about what kind of packing material is good for this product to store it?
Where? Vacuum packing and box, but the most suitable is vacuum packing, sir.
Vacuum packing. Can you explain why?
This is a deep fried food item, sir. If it is contact with the oxygen, it may be caused to lipid oxidation. That's why I use vacuum pack.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Surya, I have a related comment of Mr. Nasika. So that's also related to the self-life. In your objective, the third objective is the storage life of the selected product. So then I suggest you to continue your research to find out it, because the end product can be released with that self-life or this month likewise thing. So another, I have a small clarification. Did you check or did you analyze the cost for the product?
Mr. Varasurya, are you with us?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, can you hear us?
When I was doing this, the cost for nearly 180 grams of the product was nearly 200 rupees. But now the price of Mumbin and Kaupi get increased, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one simple clarification, Mr. Varasurya. Now, how could you consume your end product? Can you directly consume it or any other cooking is needed?
Yes, needed, sir.
So what type of cooking is needed? How can you consume? What are the other preparations before eating?
Sorry, sir?
So any other preparations needed to before consuming? So that means can we directly consume your product or any other preparations?
Sir, curry or devil?
Okay.
Sir, curry or devil?
Curry or devil.
Sir, I am not hear you, therefore.
Okay, it's clear for me now. You need any curry preparation of curry or devil. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Varasurya, and your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we will move to our next presenter. So SCN Jaivir is presenting on useful role of fungi in food processing. So over to you.
Hello everyone. In here we are going to discuss about the useful role of fungi in food processing. Before going for the discussion part, I'll give you some introduction about fungi. Fungi, usually known as unicellular or multicellular eukaryotic organisms, they have been both beneficial as well as harmful aspect. But in here, we majorly concern about their beneficial aspect. Apart from that, they have wider application in food industry. As example, they used to produce edible food, fermented food, enzymes, organic acid, and many more productions. When it comes to my objective, in here we will identify the overall beneficial application of fungi in the field of agri-food sector. When it comes to the discussion, fungi can consume either directly as a fresh protein body or indirectly as a fermented food product. Let's see one by one. The directly consumption method, protein body or mushroom, they are excellent source of polysaccharide, protein, polyphenol, vitamins and dietary fibers. As you can see here, there are several edible fungal varieties are available at the commercial market. The next one is indirectly consumption method. Under that, first one is fermented food product. Fermentation is simply a complex microbial metabolic process which converts sugar into organic acid or alcohol. For the fermentation, we can use several fungal species. In here, you can see, in order to produce these kind of various fermented food, we can use several fungal species. The next one is alcoholic beverage production. Here also we use spontaneous fermentation. Yeast or Saccharomyces cerevisiae is the major organism which we use to produce alcoholic beverage. There are three types of beverage we can categorize according to the material used to produce beverages. We can use fruit juices or starchy materials or other plant materials. Next is fungal enzymes. Here I include few major sources of fungi which was used to produce fungal enzymes. There are several fungal enzymes derived from fungi, as example lipase, pectinase, proteases, lactases, hemicellulases, and many more enzymes. And also we can use fungi to produce secondary metabolites. These secondary metabolites are biological compound which is derived from live organisms like plant, bacteria, or fungi. These fungal species, Monoscus purpurus, you can see they produce red color pigment. So we can use that pigment to add some coloration to our food. Apart from that, there are other species available to produce some various flavors. So next, organic ingredient production. We can use fungi in variety of way. We can use as a flavoring agent, acidulant or adjuvant. I include few organic acid which was derived from fungal species. As example, citric acid, gluconic acid, and ethanol. The last one is pharmaceutical or nutrical byproduct production. Usually, the food substance which give us some health benefit or medicinal value, we known as a nutrical. So here, these fungal species, Dabromyces hansenii, will reduce the caffeine and tannin contained in black tea. So eventually it will give us some beneficial aspect. So likewise, there are several other fungal species also used to produce several pharmaceutical and nutrical byproducts. When it comes to the conclusion, fungi have several beneficial applications in food industry, but unfortunately, still some of their food industrial applications are partially explored. Therefore, this kind of understanding of their functional and role in food system is very much important, and it will open up some new avenue for future research studies. So here are my references, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jayavira, joining with us for the presentation. So now your presentation is open for discussion.
Okay, thank you. According to your presentation, you gave a bunch of information about useful fungi in food processing. So another thing is, according to your presentation, there are two types of fungi that we can directly consume, and other type is indirectly we can obtain. So can you mention what are the most popular fungal species that we can consume directly in Sri Lankan condition?
Sir, mushroom. We can consume directly mushrooms, Agaricus disporus type, and Pleoteris reticulus, like mushrooms.
Any specific reason?
Yeah, these type of mushroom not give some toxic effect when we consume it. And they are having high nutritional value. They contain vitamin D and vitamin B complex.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, since there are no any other questions, we can finish your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Davida, for joining with us. So our next presenter is MMNT Bandara. So he'll present, it's a review, value-added products developed by turmeric. It's over to you now.
Value-added products developed by turmeric. Turmeric, which is scientifically known as Curcuma longa, belongs to the family Zingiberaceae. It is a rhizomatous herbaceous perennial plant where the commercial valuable part of the turmeric is rhizome. Turmeric is extensively grown in tropical and subtropical areas of the world, where India is contributing about 82% of the total turmeric production in the world. Turmeric powder is a major spice used in Sri Lankan as well as in Asian culinary. In the recent past, there was a high demand for turmeric. Therefore, farmers tend to cultivate turmeric and supply increases. So then there is an excess supply in the Sri Lankan turmeric market and the market price of drops considerably. Therefore, this review is focused on the value-added products which are made up of turmeric, where we can use this excess supply for the production of value addition. In addition to its use as a spice, turmeric gives a distinctive yellow color for the food. So it is used during the production of cheese and butter as a coloring agent. Not only in food industry, turmeric is used as a coloring agent in clothes, where it uses turmeric to dye the clothes in yellow color. Curcumin is the major chemical compound in turmeric, which has many medicinal medicine from the ancient time. Nowadays, nutritious capsules have made from turmeric powder as a turmeric supplement, and also it used as an ingredient in the production of toothpaste to ensure the oral health. Turmeric is one of the traditionally used cosmetics which have shown positive results in reducing the facial hair, reducing acne, and improving the complexation. Therefore, nowadays, it is widely used as an ingredient in face creams, body creams, and soap industry. Turmeric oleoresins are a viscous material which is obtained by hydrocarbon extraction, which is used in food industry. It is mainly used in Western countries as a coloring and aromatic agent in their food industry. A traditional Indian beverage made in combination with milk and turmeric are known as haldi drops, which is a good remedy for many diseases of the human body, and it gives a healthier skin. So, in conclusion, we can say that turmeric is found to be play a critical role in traditional medicine and food production. However, nowadays there's a trending role to use that turmeric again as a coloring agent, cosmetic, and in all medicinal fields also. So, the further development of these value-added products can be done in a broader scale to get the maximum use of turmeric. So these are the references, and thank you.
Now it's open for the discussion.
Thank you, Bandar, for your presentation. According to the Department of Export Agriculture, we know the turmeric production in Sri Lanka has increased significantly recently. So, but most of the farmers are trying to sell their product, sell their turmeric as raw material. So, did you notice any obstacle why farmers are not tend to produce any value-added product using this turmeric?
Because maybe they have lack of knowledge about the value-added products of turmeric, and also the cost of production is somehow higher, and the technology that we are having in Sri Lanka for the production of these value-added products will be lower. That may be the reason, because farmers are not so much engaged in the production of value-added products from turmeric.
Yeah, you said lack of knowledge is one of the obstacles.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions to promote this the value addition among the farmers?
Yeah, there are extension officers and field officers from the government agricultural institute, so agriculture department, so they can disseminate this knowledge to the farmers and give the basic needs for the production of these value-added products.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions?
Yes, Miss in your presentation, study, you list out a lot of value-added products available in the market, in the Sri Lanka, whatever the market. Okay, so then, but in now we your discussion say that there is a lack of knowledge to farming community to go for the value addition. So, do you have any suggestions? If give the knowledge very easily go for some value addition. Did you identify any value added product in this of your study? What are the product?
The farmers or any household people, they know how to produce turmeric powder from turmeric. So that knowledge can be used to produce and get the use of turmeric for the production of other products, and that basic knowledge can be used, I think. So everyone knows how to make turmeric powder.
Is there any other questions? Okay, so since there are no any other questions, we can wind up your presentation. So thank you, Ms. Bandar, for joining us. And our next presentation is on an investigation on the sensory quality parameters of muffins incorporated with canistel fruit flour. So presenter will be HKL Madhushani.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lakshika Madhushani from Faculty of Technology, Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. I'm going to present my research experience about an investigation on the sensory quality parameters of muffins incorporated with canister fruit flour. These are the outline of my introduction part. This canister fruit, also called as egg fruit, is from family Sapodale and it becomes as juice, ice cream, salad, spread, cookies, and used for curry preparation. It has high nutritional fats such as moisture, crude protein, crude fat, ash, carbohydrate, and energy. Due to its perishability, seasonality, and high nutritional value, it should be preserved. This amazing fruit have more health benefit to the human life, such as heart-friendly, lowers the risk of diabetes, lowers the risk of cataract, treat osteoarthritis, prevent cancer, immunity booster, good health vision, and also facilitate digestion. You all know muffin is a chemically batter-based bakery product. It is more popular as a snack item with high calorie. As you know, wheat flour contains gluten. It causes negative effect to the health. Nowadays, the world's biggest health trend is go for a gluten-free diet. Therefore, substituting wheat flour with canister flour is a little try to solution for this health problem. Objectives of my presentation is to determine the nutritional value of muffins developed with canister flour, to develop canister-based muffin and determine the degree of acceptability for consumption. Then the specific objectives are to identify a suitable method to preserve canister for prolonged shelf life and to obtain maximum benefits from underutilized canister for food and health purpose. Let's see material and methodology part. First, washing the canister fruit and then peeling, then slicing, and the most important and special step is soaking in sodium chloride solution for 13 minutes. Then sun drying, then grinding and can obtain canister flour. Preparation of muffins. Sugar and butter were thoroughly mixed, then egg and flour added into the mixture, then muffin liners were placed into the tray and the batter was filled into the liner cups and baked by oven at 180 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. Then muffins can be garnished. This is the formulation of canister flour and wheat flour. I have got 5 treatment. Treatment E has got as a control sample. These are the ratio of canister flour and wheat flour in those treatments. Study of sensory evaluation of canister muffin. Sensory analysis was conducted with 4 panelists who scored various attributes on a 9-point Hellenic scale ranging from like extremely to dislike extremely to determine customer preference. Texture, color, odor, flavor, mouthfeel, and overall acceptability were all considered when rating the muffins. 3 numbers were used to code all of the samples. Then the panelists were given an evaluation form with a number ranking system that specified various sensory criteria and score charts. The data was averaged and tabulated after all of the evaluation forms were completed. These are the results of sensory quality parameters. Let's see by the chart. Under texture attribute, you can easily see treatment B has got high ratings and the least rating has got by treatment D. Treatment B is 30% of canister flour and 70% of wheat flour. Treatment A and treatment E means control sample has got same level of rating. Under flavor also you can see treatment B has got high ratings, then the least rating has got by treatment D and treatment C. Under color also you can see treatment B has got high ratings and the least rating has got by treatment D. And treatment E, it means control sample also gets significant amount of ratings than treatment D, treatment C. Under attribute of odor also, you can see treatment B has got high ratings and treatment D has got least rating. And treatment A, treatment C, and treatment E has got same level of ratings, same range level of ratings. Under mouthfeel also, treatment B has got high ratings and treatment D has got least rating. On the overall acceptability also, treatment B has got high ratings and treatment D has got least rating. As a conclusion, the use of canister flour for the preparation of muffins has caused a significant effect on the physical, chemical properties and sensory attributes of the final products. Canister flour up to about 30 to 40% can be used as substitute to develop muffins without significantly changing the attributes of color, aroma, and taste of the original product. Muffins made of 30% of canister flour and 70% of wheat flour combination were found to be the most organoleptically acceptable by the panelists. And canister fruit flour can be substituted with all-purpose flour for preparing muffins as the best way to reduce gluten content in muffins and also as remedy for source of nutrition. These are the reference of my present and thank you.
Okay. Madhushan, thank you for very informative presentation. So it's open for discussion now.
Okay, Madhushani, you have developed muffins incorporated with canister fruit flour. So, do you have any reason to select this canister fruit for this product? What are the reasons?
Yes, sir, because it is underutilized fruit and also seasonal fruit. So, due to those reasons, we have to preserve. Therefore, I select that fruit.
What are the health benefits of this product, this fruit?
Yeah, it has lots of health benefits such as treat osteoarthritis and prevent cancer, and also it has lots of nutrition that most help to better vision and also digestion, facilitate digestion also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Madhushani, thank you for addressing about with the underutilized fruit, produce some products. So I have a few clarifications. First one, in your study, you explained about the shelf life of the canister flour. So did you find it, or what is your comment or assessment about the shelf life? Do you have any idea?
No, madam, I didn't go for shelf life analysis for that product.
How about the fruit, the post-harvest duration of the fruit? Did you check it?
Yeah, it can keep for 8 to 10 days at refrigeration condition, and under normal environment, it's difficult to keep as a fresh fruit.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madhushan, I have one simple clarification. So now, when you are selecting the canister fruit for using flour for the muffin production, so have you found any other information where the canister fruits flour are using in other fruit preparation or in other commercial preparation?
I think not used in commercial preparation nowadays.
Any other usages of this flour, canister fruit?
Yeah, it can be used as a jam to spread. Most of villages used as curry preparation also.
I'm asking not that can be prepared. Yeah, still using ones usages. Currently practicing ones.
Cookies, yeah. My friend also do a research with cookies.
Okay.
Mix,
Thank you very much.
with rice flour.
Okay. Thank you very much, Padushan. Very innovative research. Right. So we can finish your presentation. So then our next presenter is MDP Ishara. So she will be presenting on benefits of microorganisms to combat against emerging health challenges with relation to Haritha Varga in Ayurvedic review.
I am MDP Ishara, and I'm going to present the study on benefits of microgreens to combat against emerging health challenges in relation to Harita Varga in Ayurveda review. This is my presentation outline. Considering the introduction, epidemiological studies have shown that consumption of fruits and vegetables are associated with reduction of chronic diseases. The leading health challenges in the world are changes in consumption and lifestyles have increased the incidence of NCDs as hypertension, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, diabetics, and kidney diseases. Further, the infectious diseases, challenges in food supply, environmental factors, and inequality become the leading health challenges. With the development of the technology, people are facing nutritional related challenges as non-availability of fresh and pesticide residue-free vegetables for consumption, diet-related diseases, imbalanced food consumption. Therefore, people are searching new trends of food which they can fulfill their healthy lifestyle. Microgreens are an exotic genre of edible greens which have gained popularity as a new culinary trend. Thus, the objectives of my study were, the general objective was to study on benefits of microgreens to combat against emerging health challenges with relation to Harita Varga in Ayurveda. The specific objective was to critically analyze the pharmacodynamic properties of commonly used Harita Varga. Methodology was, the literature has been collected from authentic tests, previous research evidences, journals, and authentic websites. Under the results and discussion, the microgreens have been identified as the mature greens produced from the seeds of vegetables and herbs, which have two fully developed cotyledon leaves with the emergence of a rudimentary pair of first true leaves. This table shows the commonly grown and popular microgreens. Considering the nutrient profile, the research studies have been proved that microgreens are containing vitamin C and vitamin E and vitamin K. Further, the considerable amount of nitrate and mineral contents also have been identified from the experimental studies of the research. Mostly identified nutrient components were the ascorbic acid, phytoquinone, carotenoids, beta-carotene, lutein and zeaxanthin, violaxanthin, tocopherols, and folate. Most of the studies related to microgreens have showed that microgreens are containing considerably higher of the nutrients other than the mature vegetable counterparts. Considering the proved data, microgreens have the properties to fight against the heart diseases and Alzheimer's disease. Nutrients provide protection from diabetic mellitus and for the cancers, provide protection for chronic kidney diseases and support for healthy vision, and for healthy digestive system and immunity and for keeping bones healthy. According to Ayurvedic authentic taste, Harita means that foods which are used as uncooked. It includes green leaf vegetables, herbs, spices, and tubers which are used in day-to-day life. The role of Harita Varga in Ayurveda that they do not provoke doshas and they're not very pungent and work as appetizers and fragrance. These are the pharmacodynamic properties of commonly used Harita Varga: Allium sativum, Zingiber officinale, Coriander sativum, Ocimum sanctum, Raphanus sativum. Under the discussion, as microgreens are rich with antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients, that they can act against most of the non-communicable diseases and communicable diseases. With the properties of microgreens that can correlate with the concept of Harita Varga in Ayurveda. The pharmacodynamic properties of Harita Varga explains that fresh forms of those food types consist with anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, immunomodulatory, and antioxidant properties. Considering about the commonly used microgreens and the Harita Varga, most types have been identified many years ago in Ayurveda as they are therapeutically effective in their fresh forms. The concept of microgreen is new to the society and people are not aware about that. So it can be concluded due to containing more nutritional and healthy benefits of microgreens, Ayurvedic concept of Harita Varga can be utilized to emboss the concept of microgreens to the society to combat against the health challenges. These are the future challenges. This is my acknowledgement and references. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ishara, for your very informative presentation on microgreens. So now it's open for discussion.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. According to your presentation, microgreens are very healthy and highly nutritious. So, are there any Ayurvedic medicines? Are there any Ayurvedic drugs produced using these microgreens?
Actually, sir, that especially the microgreens of mung beans, it is used for the fertilizing agent, as especially for the subfertility problems we are using to increase the hormonal imbalances of the ladies. That is as the mung bean microgreens, but the people are not aware about that they are microgreens. But the concept is same, so we are using that microgreens. Mung bean microgreens, especially for that condition. That is the most popular and prominent one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, since there are no any other questions, we can finish your presentation. So again, thank you, Mr. Shara. Okay, so our final present of this session, K.Y. Galage. So he will be presenting on extraction of yellow color from the peel of banana and determination of carotenoids. Okay, it's over to you.
Greetings to you all. I am here to present the finding of the research on extraction of yellow colorant from the peel of banana and determination of carotenoids. I am Kalani Galage from Institute of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, University of Colombo. Introduction. Banana is the most widely consumed fruit in many countries, including Sri Lanka. This high production banana and its total waste are still not utilized in proper manner within the country. Banana peel waste is currently posing disposal problem in the Asia and most of the tropics. Banana peel is enriched with many bioactive compounds along with yellow color pigments such as carotenoids. Nowadays, natural pigments are highly favored in various industries, especially in food industry. This study will be conducted to extract yellow colorant from banana peel, which is a waste material, and to determine carotenoid concentration and give more validity to banana. Here are the materials used for this study. Here you can see the steps followed to prepare banana peel sample for yellow colorants extraction. For the extraction of carotenoid, two solvent mixtures were used. First one was 99% purity hexane and acetone in equal portions. And the second one was only 99% purity ethanol. Extracted sample were concentrated by evaporating in a rotary evaporator and sealed in an airtight container. Banana peel extract was dissolving in ethanol, and total carotenoid pigment concentration of the selected varieties were calculated based on the extracted weight and assay concentration using the equation given here. Beta-carotene concentration in milligram per milliliter of each variety was calculated using a spectrophotometric method at 436 nanometer. Final data were explained using beta-carotene standard curve. Color of the extracted yellow colorant sample was evaluated by using chromometer. LAB values of the Hunter system were obtained in triplicate for each sample. Antioxidant capacity of sample extracted was measured using DPPH standard. For DPPH radical scavenging assay, 50 microliter of the sample was taken and mixed with 60 microliter DPPH radical. After incubating 10 minutes at room temperature, the absorbance was recorded at 517 nanometer using UV visible spectrophotometer. Then the radical scavenging activity was calculated as percentage DPPH discoloration using the equation form. Trolloc standard curve was prepared using concentration series, and final antioxidant value was expressed in milligram Trollocs per gram. Results and discussions. In this study, the highest concentration of carotenoid pigment of the selected varieties was extracted from amul banana field, followed by Puval and Cavendish banana. Along with that, carotenoid extract for amul banana field using ethanol was 0.43 10 to the power minus gram of per milliliter. Based on table 1, the amount of carotenoid pigments varied in different variety of banana fields. According to the above observation, it's conclude that the carotenoid concentration in the extract varies with the solvent used for the extraction. Based on the results, every variety selected in the study has shown significant difference at 0.5 level in their carotenoid and beta-carotene level according to the statistical analysis based on the regression value. However, neither previous standard studies nor this study identified optimum time to harvest the fruit for maximum carotenoid content. Amul variety showed the highest beta-carotene level from the 3 tested varieties. Accordingly, the highest antioxidant activity was recorded in field extract from amul variety. Here you can see the chrome meter readings obtained in the test to determine the color of the extract. Based on that, colorant extracted from peel of amul showed brighter color than other 2 varieties. Cavendish and Puval hexane acetone solvent mixture was used as the solvent, but the colorant extract from peel of amul banana using ethanol extract shown the brightest yellow color. Hence, it can be concluded that solvent used for the color extraction from banana peel has an impact on the yellow color of the extract. Accordingly, banana peel extract from amul variety using ethanol solvent was more intense in yellow color. Conclusions. The study was undertaken to determine the possibility of utilizing banana peel to extract a yellow colorant instead of dumping it in landfills. The most intense yellow color was observed in amul banana when ethanol was used as a solvent for extraction. The highest total carotenoid pigment concentration, beta-carotene concentration, and highest antioxidant activity were recorded in yellow colorant extract of amul banana variety out of the selected 3 banana varieties. Accordingly, out of the 3 selected varieties, amul banana was identified as the best potential variety extract yellow colorant from the field with more industrial and health benefits. Thus, banana peel can be considered as the potential source of natural industrial yellow colorant. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Kalage, for your presentation. So now it's open for the discussion.
Okay, I have a question. According to your study, you have you have extracted yellow colorant from banana peel. So can you explain what is the correct, what is the most appropriate stage to extract maximum amount of yellow colorant from the banana peel?
I selected banana varieties in Hambantota area. Sir,
Yes, I
Just-
can hear.
sir, can you speak in Sinhala?
Yes, you can play.
Sir, can you ask question again?
මම ඇහුවේ ඔයාගෙන් දැන් අපි ඔයා කළ ඔයාගේ ස්ටඩි එකට අනුව ඔයා කළා තියෙන්නේ බනානා පීල් එකෙන් yellow color එක extract කරගන්න පිළිදෙනේ. මම ඇහුවේ ඒකට හොඳම ඒ කියන්නේ වැඩිම yellow color එකක් ගන්න හොඳම අවස්ථාව මොකද? මොනේ ස්ටේජ් එකේදීද අපි extract කරගන්නවා? වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් ගන්න.
So සාමාන්‍යයෙන් maturity stage එක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් banana එක ripen වෙන ඉදෙන ප්‍රමාණය සාමාන්‍ය ප්‍රමාණයෙන් තමයි අපි තෝරගත්තේ සාමාන්‍ය yellow color එකෙද්දි තමයි තෝරගත්තේ සර් මේ ටෙස්ට් එක කරන්න. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ටිකක් තද yellow කහ පාටක් එද්දි.
Okay.
Okay, so I have one clarification. So now my question is somewhat related to the Mr. Rasika's question. Now, normally we are cultivating banana for the flesh, not for the peel, right? So if you use the peel for extraction of yellow colorings, right? So what's the practical usage of your research? Can you do it practically?
Yes, sir. Banana peel.
Normally we are cultivating banana for flesh, not for the peel, right? So if you remove the peel, then what happens for the flesh? Can you eat it?
No, sir. Ambul banana, so banana have post-harvest loss. So we can use wastage for this study.
ඉස්සල්ලා ඔයා කිව්වේ සාමාන්‍ය ඉදන අවස්ථාවේ තමයි පීල් එක ගන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කාලා විසි කරන ලෙල්ල නෙවෙයි ගන්නෙ නේ?
අපිට පුළුවන් අද කහ පාට තියෙන ලෙල්ල පාවිච්චි කරන්න.
ඔව් අද කහ පාට දෙල කියන කාලා ඉවත දාන ලෙල්ල නෙවෙයි ඔයා අරන් තියන්නේ. ඒක මගේ ක්වෙස්චන් එක. එතකොට අපි කාලා ඉවත දාන්න නැති එකක් ගන්නා නම් එතකොට ෆ්ලෙෂ් එක මොකද කරන්නේ? That we are cultivating banana for flesh, not for the peel.
සර් අපිට post harvest loss එක අධිකව තියෙනවා ලංකාව වගේ රටක banana. එතකොට අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් අපි පාවිච්චියට අරගෙන ඉතුරු කොටස අහක යන කොටසක් තියෙනවා banana cultivation එකේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම පාවිච්චියට ගන්නෙ නැහැ. අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් ඕනේ තරම් banana wastage වෙනවා. එතකොට අපිට පුළුවන් සර් මේ waste මේ post harvest එක තියෙන banana ටික අරගෙන අපිට මේ colorant එක extract කරගන්න ඒ ටික අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Right. So thank you, Ms. Garlage, for your novel research. So with that, we can finish your presentation. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, sir.
Right. So with that, we have come to end of this session. So there were 9 presentations in this session, during this session. And out of that, there are 3 reviews which gave very good information for the audience. So in addition to the other 6 research, basic research, also very, very important for the new technologies. So I'm not going to summarize one by one. So I congratulate all the, most of them are our new, most of researchers are our new researchers, not very experienced researchers. Anyway, I congratulate all of you for the very in-depth research in future. Thank you very much for participating of our 3rd National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. So we will expect you in future symposiums also. Thank you very much. Mr. Ifnas, over to you now.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the end of the session. I would like to thank the session chair, Dr. Asangadi Ampitiawata, and panel members, Ms. Supipi Navaratna and Mr. Rasika Sampath, for sharing your thoughts with the authors. Finally, I would like to thank all the authors who shared their valuable research outputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Rifnas, for coordinating the session. Next, I cordially invite Ms. Kasune Katipiarachi, lecturer attached to the Department of Agrotechnology, to coordinate the session on empowering rural community through agribusiness and entrepreneurship. Thank you, Ms. Dilini. Good afternoon, all. This is the fourth technical session under the title of Empowering Rural Community through Agribusiness and Entrepreneurship in Third National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2020. So, I have honor to invite Dr. Nisansala Vidanapatirana, Head of the Department of Agrotechnology, University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, to chair this fourth session. Then, dear panel members, Mr. HKRS Kumara and Ms. KNL Kalpani, I would like to invite you to the panel of this fourth session. Dear Madam, Dr. Nisansala Vidanapatirana, I warmly welcome you to the chair of this session and proceed. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kasuni. And I start in the fourth session of the symposium, that is empowering rural community through agribusiness and entrepreneurship. Under that, first presenter is A.U. Attanayaka. The research topic is making the English language teacher the best friend. The impact of building confidence to speak English. Over to you, A.U. Attanayaka. Presenting for your valuable.
Hello everyone. The title of my presentation is Making the English Language Teacher the Best Friend, the Impact of Building Confidence to Speak English. This presentation is based on the course that I conducted at the UCIRS as an intensive course from somewhere end of 2020 until the beginning of 2021. And the course duration was 60 hours, and this was conducted fully online. The student sample was like, we had a total of 235 undergraduates with 160 full-time and 75 part-time. And if you look at their English language proficiency levels for GCE A levels, we had students with 2 students with A passes, 6 students with B passes, and 20 students with C passes, 93 with simple passes, and 105 who failed in English A levels, and 9 did not sit for the exam. And we did a needs analysis, and it was found out that the most important skill for them, the skill that they really like to improve in learning English, was speaking, and that they did not want to speak English even though they like to do it so much, because they were scared, they were afraid of being laughed at by others, and at the same time they were not very sure of which word, which verb to use. And what we found out was that because of these factors, that there was a lack of confidence to speak English among the student community. And in order to build student confidence, that we developed this program. This is based on the contention that building confidence to speak English is central to the English language teaching. And to this end, I developed material based on the speech act theory, and I used cooperative language learning as the main teaching methodology, with an aim of building confidence to speak English. And the prime intention was to create a safe zone where, within the classroom situations, where students feel not scared to speak, and not afraid of being ridiculed by others. So in order to do that, we had to use different techniques, and as I said, all this is based on cooperative language learning teaching methodology and associated techniques. So if you look at these slides, you will see the safe zone and what we did, like group work only, speech only, English only, volunteers only, and simple English, etc. At the same time, other features that were available, or that we made available in the safe zone, was that no error correction, no individual work, no grammar teaching, no homework, etc. So again, to emphasize the fact that to create a safe zone within the English language classroom environment. And after the confidence building course, as I said, this was run for 60 hours. And after the confidence building to speak English course, we collected student feedback, and some of the feedback only I'm able to show you here because of the time constraints. And if you look at the fear, shyness to speak English is reduced. I gave them a Likert scale where they have to either strongly agree or strongly disagree, and in between the other options, you would see that 157 students strongly agreed that after the course, their fear and shyness to speak English is reduced, whereas 66 somewhat agreed to the point, and 6 refrained from answering, and only 5 somewhat disagreed, and only 1 strongly disagreed to that. And about the confidence to speak English with friends inside the classroom, whether it's developed, to the question that we asked, 172 said they strongly agreed that after the course, the confidence to speak English with their friends inside the classroom was developed, whereas 59 somewhat agreed to the point, 3 refrained from answering, and only 1 somewhat disagreed, and there were no students who responded that they strongly disagreed. And the comments on the teacher and teaching methodology, we found out that students said that teaching was excellent, and you can look at the number, it's 226 students. That means almost everybody said that they really loved their teachers. And if you remember the course title, making the English teacher their best friend, actually most of the students said, my best friend is my English teacher, and this is the best English teacher I ever had, kind of, praising the English language teacher that they had for this course. So I must tell you here that we had teacher training programs every day after the course after the teaching of that particular day. I trained the teachers for the next day. And since this was done online, we had to go to breakout rooms and all that. So teachers were very well trained in order to carry out this task online, plus to create the safe zone that we were talking about. So with all the techniques attached to it. So you can see teachers have used easy to understand English. That means to suit students' levels, and individual attention was paid, and some students found that teachers were highly knowledgeable and all that. So in all, the main feature seems to be that the teacher and the teaching methodology students found out as very, very effective to build confidence to speak English. And the final assessment, actually, for the first group, I have taken some pictures from the first group that we did this program at the beginning of 2020. And because of the pandemic, we were unable to do the assessment for the course that the batches that I was talking about previously. But some of these pictures I present here from the previous batch. You can see they said they were also shy. They were also scared to speak English, but after 1 month's intensive program in the building confidence to speak English, you can see the way they performed. So we could not believe how forward they were when it comes to English language related activities on stage in front of everybody. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Attanayaka. And it's a very good research findings based on the teaching methodology in English language. And the presentation is now open for the discussion.
Yes, madam, thank you. We know, madam, you are the excellent English teacher. You have enough experience about English teaching. So actually, this is a very general question. We know, especially in rural areas, students, even English teachers are struggling to speak, to become fluent in English. So, madam, do you have any, do you have identified any reason for that? Why they are less confident in English speaking?
Are there any questions here?
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, madam, I will repeat my question again. My question is, actually, this is a very general question, especially in rural areas. Students as well as English teachers are struggling to speak in English. The main reason is the lack, according to my knowledge, main reason is lack of confidence. Have you identified any reasons for that?
Yeah, actually, the main reason is the language attitudes that are existing in the society, that people think that, I'm sorry, I'm trying to log in from both devices, because I suddenly realized that my computer screen was not visible. Now, right now it's visible. So, well, so don't mind me appearing in two devices. So anyways, yes, that is because we have a lot of language attitudes that are existing in the society affecting our students in their performance. And this is mainly, I think, evident with the adult students more than the children like grade 3, 4, 5. They're not aware of these language attitudes, whereas adult students, they are conscious of people, who they think it's not always true, but this is the thing that they are conscious about the other who would laugh at their mistakes. Sometimes this other is present, sometimes this other is not present even, but our students are very much aware of the language attitudes. That means those who speak English are more educated, they are more intelligent, and this is what our students think, that they have more knowledge about everything. So there are prejudices against towards those who speak English and those who do not speak English well. So these affect our students. The unfortunate thing is that our students are affected by this even in the language classroom itself and outside both. And the existing language attitudes that are in the outside society actually coming into the classroom and affecting our students in their language performance even within the classroom. So this is the answer to your question is language attitudes. We are very, very how would I say, our language attitudes in the societies are too heavy that our students are not able to fight against them on their own. So that is why we need this kind of support programs where we create a safe zone within the language classroom, so that they can come back and they can feel confident within the classroom first, that this confidence can be taken outside, and then gradually you can improve their English language speaking skills. And once they start speaking, then they have confidence to actually do reading and writing also. That is that the psychological aspect of it, that most students, when they are kind of being inhibited to speak English, then they develop a dislike to learn English also in general. So that is what is extended all throughout their school career and even after that. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, madam, I got your points. Thank you sharing that information with us.
Yeah, and I must tell you, if I may have 1 more minute, actually we worked with lots of problems here. We did not have enough facilities and all, and a lot of stress, but still I must tell you, my teachers, as I trained them, they worked very hard, and some of the students' feedback, when I saw, I was very happy to hear that the students said, our teacher is the best English teacher, our best friend kind of thing. But and usually what I do here is I place the students according to their existing language proficiency levels. But for this program, we were unable to do that because the former director didn't give us the facilities to even do the placement test. So we just had to do it randomly, and and then some kind of wrong quiz was uploaded into the website also, which were totally, we could understand what was happening. And to tell you the truth, this is beside the point. I had to leave my country because of this program. But that is something that's very good that happened to me. But this is beside the point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Atnaika, and thank you very much for your thoughts. And I think we are in the behind of time. And thank you very much for your nice presentation, and also for the very valuable study. And thank you very much. And thank you again.
Yeah. I hope the new director is, I heard he's very good. I hope he will give everybody the needed space.
Okay, then we will move to the next presentation. That is about agrochemical poisoning. The topic is agrochemical poisoning among paddy farmers in Horupatana Agrarian Service Center, division in Anuradhapura district in Sri Lanka. The presenter is S.J. Ratnayaka. Over to you, S.J. Ratnayaka. You can present your valuable thoughts and valuable research findings.
Hello, I am Shamil Ratnayaka. Our research is on agrochemical poisoning among paddy farmers. This is our research group. Let's move into background. Food security is essential to feed the increasing population. Use of agrochemicals is vital requirement to ensure high land productivity. Irresponsible use of agrochemicals affects human health. Poisoning occurring as a result of improper use of chemicals used in agriculture is known as agrochemical poisoning. Organophosphate is the most common agrochemical poison, which is one of the pesticide. About 860 million of farmers poisoned by pesticide annually. Agrochemical poisoning is high in developing countries such as especially in South Asia. From 1976 to 1983, about 11,000 15,000 deaths were noticed in each year in Sri Lanka. 75% of them is due to self-injection. At present, portion for accidental poisoning is higher than the self-injection. This is 2019 data of hospital admissions and deaths due to poisoning of agrochemicals in Sri Lanka and Anuradhapura district. We have noticed that agrochemical poisoning is the main occupational hazard for paddy farmers in Anuradhapura district, and Anuradhapura district is the second in number of pesticide poisoning cases in Sri Lanka. Therefore, we aim to identify the availability of agrochemical poisoning among paddy farmers and to identify the level of awareness among paddy farmers regarding safe handling of agrochemicals. We use mixed method approach. For the quantitative phase, we use paddy farmers, and for the qualitative phase, we use paddy farmers and agricultural officers in Horopatana Agrarian Service Division. We use systematic sampling method for the quantitative phase, and we used convenient and purposive sampling method for qualitative phase. This is our study area in the map. For the quantitative phase, we used interviewer administered questionnaire, and for the qualitative phase, we used two focus group discussions and one key informant interview. Let's move into results. The majority is 42 to 52 years of age group, and main age is 49 years. Majority are male. 85% of farmers are full-time engaged in paddy farming, and mean paddy cultivated area per farmer is 2 hectares. Mean number of years of experience of them is 26 years, and 82% of farmers are a member of any of farmer organization. We have found that the farmers have experienced mild symptoms while use in agrochemicals, and they neglect such symptoms and use home remedies to cure. In quantitative ways, we used 1 hospital admission, and 5% of farmers frequently face the symptoms. These 8 pages shows the farmers' awareness on agrochemical poison, and the majority got more than 25 marks, which is the average mark. But low level of awareness regarding certain components of handling and storing of agrochemical were noticed. It is statistically significant. And the majority did not receive any training. It is also statistically significant. About 60% of respondents suggest to conduct further awareness sessions. This worked out based on farmers' response on training. In conclusion, there are incidents of agrochemical poisoning among the paddy farmers in the study area. The negligence of mild to moderate symptoms by farmers is noticed. Awareness programs on safe handling of agrochemicals should be increased, and we have identified Khanda meeting as a possible training platform. At last, we notice collaborative work between agricultural extension and field health staff is essential. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. S. J. Ratnayaka, for your valuable findings and presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion.
Yes, Mr. Ratnayaka. Actually, agrochemical poisoning is a very big problem over the world. So, can you tell me what are the problems that you faced during this study?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Please excuse me, since Shamila, the presenting author, is not available. Can I answer the question?
Okay. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. The main issue is, I think it's also included in the presentation as well. So for the quantitative phase, when we are asking questions from the farmers, especially regarding the symptoms, they said, no, we didn't experience dizziness or vomiting or any other significant symptoms with respect to agrochemical poisoning. But in reality, especially, for example, when we are having these discussions with farmers, it is obvious that they are experiencing these symptoms frequently, but they just neglect. So we were lost actually. So that's why we suggest we need further studies to explore the real situation, because we are not we are halfly confident about the results we received from the quantitative phase. Yes, that was the main question we faced. Yes. Did I answer the question? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other questions regarding the study? Okay, then thank you very much, Tracy Ratnaik, and for other members also. And next, we will move to the presentation of gamification in ESL classroom to teach grammar. A case study based on the part-time students at University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. The presenter is D. Jayaratna. Over to you, D. Jayaratna.
Hello everyone, I'm Dini Jayaratna and my co-authors are Samindika Obesirivardhan and Manami Dilanti. We are going to present a study on gamification in ESL classroom to teach grammar, a case study based on part-time students at University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. This is the scope of our presentation. Moving on to the introduction, grammar is one of the fundamental elements of a language and it is a complicated language variable. However, in the 21st century, grammar instruction has progressed beyond the memorizing of rules, given that gamification is a term used in game-based teaching that can be utilized to enhance language by employing creative learning activities. And games are significant for ESL classroom because they offer entertainment and inspire learners to apply the language in creative ways. Moving on to the research problem, teaching and learning English grammar is a challenge for both the ESL teacher and the learner because the students are neither motivated nor confident to use learned grammar in authentic situations. And the lack of English language proficiency of undergraduates is the struggle that hindered them from getting the best out of their university education. So these are the research questions. What kind of learning experiences in relation to English language grammar learners bringing into the classroom? What are the perceptions of learners on learning English grammar through games? What is the impact of gamification on learning grammar in an ESL classroom? Moving on to the methodology, a purposive sample of 6 to 7 first-year part-time undergraduates who studied at the Institute of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences participated in the study. These learners studied in the English language enhancement program that consisted of 6 parallel groups, and the participants ranged between ages 21 to 35 while their L1 was Sinhala or Tamil. A mixed method approach was employed in the current study along with an intervention research design. The intervention included 11 continuous sessions conducted for a month by the Zoom online platform. So 11 language games were used based on 10 elements of grammar. Moving on to the procedure, a pre-test questionnaire was used to collect information on the prior grammar learning experiences. After the intervention, the post-test questionnaire was used to obtain their perspectives regarding learning through games. Furthermore, observations were conducted using lecture recordings to examine the impact of grammar games on the students' performance. Later, the collected data was analyzed using graphs and thematic analysis.
I am Manu. Let me move on to the results of this study. We can discuss result under 3 areas. First one is learning experience. Through the students' oral and oral results as well as their statement, we can see that grammar was one of the most difficult areas that they have experienced during their school year. After the first test, the result shows that how they have enjoyed the grammar games, and even through this statement, we can understand it. Into the second area, learner perception, we can see that they had negative attitudes toward learning grammar and they felt that grammar activities were very boring. But after conducting activities through grammar games, positive opinions were generated among them. It can be seen even from this figure. When it comes to impact of grammar games, we could see positive impact as well as the clear improvement in motivation. Even the students who were not very forward showed an interest in engaging in the grammar games activities. Let me move on to the discussions of our research study. Learning grammar has always been viewed as boring for Sri Lankan students. Even the ESL teachers viewed that teaching grammar is not easy and it is challenging. These views can be changed when it is taught through games. We can transform boring classroom into a really motivated place with endless student talks. Even the less forward students engage actively. Thus, gamification is the best way and it serves as an easy tool to use in the ESL class to teach English grammar to students with low English language proficiency levels.
I'm Samindika Vesirivardhana, and let me conclude the presentation for you. So the prime aim of the study was to examine the efficiency of utilizing games in teaching English grammar as a second language in a classroom. So according to the findings of the study, we came across a few conclusions. So the conclusions, you can see it on the screen. And the first one, games can be used as stimulants and educational tools. So this will help to provide learners with satisfaction, interest, and motivation when teaching and learning English grammar. So furthermore, the games were a useful strategy that students evaluated positively. So the combination of visuals, then sound, teamwork, competition, like worked very well to hold students' attention and engage them in the learning process. Moving on to the second one, games enhance linguistic skills and develop excellent interpersonal skills. So games offered a fun-filled, relaxed environment where these students could practice new words and they were free to express themselves. So therefore, it is evident that these games which were utilized encouraged vocabulary development and also the communication skills. Moving on to the next, helps in building the learner's confidence in speaking English and increasing their willingness to communicate English. So there was this incorporation of speaking activities into the class. So it enhanced the performance of the learners and their confidence. So this took 11 continuous sessions. So these are some references that we have used when doing the research. So this will be the end of the presentation, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for the presenters. There were 3 presenters, and now the presentation is open for the discussion. And I have one clarification from you. Actually, that these days there are a lot of tools introducing for teaching methodologies, especially in English, and one is that gamification. And do you have any idea about any other tools can be introduced for teaching English in these platforms?
Yeah, exactly. We can use technological tools such as online quizzes, and also we can use websites, and we can use such certain apps. For example, to teach grammar, the component that we focused here in our research, we can use Kahoot app. There we can compose some questions and we can create an interactive classroom And also we can create non-threatening classroom where the students can use their mobile phones by according to the 21st century rules. They are not limited only to their textbooks and all. So they can freely use the technological devices they have with them. In that way, they can use modern tools, especially with this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Now we use such tools because we are conducting lectures online, and we can use those tools easily rather than in a traditional classroom where we use textbooks and all. So yeah, those are the tools.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other questions regarding the presentation?
Actually, I have one question. According to my perception, the gamification is one of the effective way to teach something like English. So when we introduce such kind of novel technologies to teach something, some challenges can come. So according to your perception, what kind of challenges could come when introduce this kind of things to teach the grammar or something like that?
Yeah, we conducted the full program 100% online. So we had some technical issues from our side and also from the student side. They had some connection problems, especially with their connection issues, signal issues, and also some students had problems with their devices as well. Because when we conduct sessions by using breakout rooms, sometimes they had some problems, especially with the Zoom technology and all. And also another thing is that the students are less confident to use English, and also the students are less confident to engage in these games, thinking that their knowledge is less, thinking that their knowledge is poor. So our responsibility was to create a non-threatening classroom by emphasizing the importance of using grammar in the classroom. And also we motivated them and we improved their confidence. We asked them to engage in discussions, and we always try to create a classroom that is suitable for effective communication.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
So what are the games that you have used for the students? Can you give some examples?
Yeah, we focused on 10 basic grammar elements such as capitalization, proper nouns, singular, plural nouns, adjectives, modal verbs, simple present tense, simple past tense, prepositions of place, and simple future tense. We have selected such elements because those are the grammar elements that they use continuously, and those are the grammar points that they which is necessary in real life situations for their basic communication. We have used 10 basic grammar elements, and also we created 10 language games. For example, to teach singular and plural nouns, we have used a puzzle game where the students can talk freely in the classroom, where they can ask questions from us freely. And for capitalization, we used a picture description activity. And also when creating these grammar games, we used the theory of multimodality, where the students can use colorful text, videos, images, and so on. So, and also to teach past tense, simple past tense, we used a song to fill in the blanks. We showed them the script, and also they had to fill in the blanks where they can use past tense. And also always we try to use modern technology such as YouTube, using songs. So in that way, we wanted to create a classroom filled with entertainment, pleasure, and we wanted to create a learner-friendly classroom.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice findings regarding the teaching methodology for English. And,
okay, thank you
very much. And now we will move to the final presentation of the session. That is problems faced by the small-scale rice millers in Ampara district, Sri Lanka. The presenter is Asmia, and I would like to invite Asmia to present your valuable findings. And over to you.
Greetings to all. I am Asmiya Alaudin from Department of Biosystem Technology, Faculty of Technology, Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Today I am here to present a research work titled with Problems Faced by the Small-Scale Rice Millers in Ampara District, Sri Lanka. These are the contents discussed with you all. First, let's have a brief introduction about the rice milling industry and its contribution to the agriculture sector. Rice milling industry is the largest agro-based industry in Sri Lanka. As we all know, harvested raw paddy cannot be taken as raw. Milling is important, which can transform the raw paddy into edible form, and also it improves the nutrition, cook time, and sensory characteristics of rice. In Sri Lanka, the major milling regions are Palanaruva, Anuradhapura, Kurunegala, Ampara, Hampantota, and Maradagahamulla. Among those regions, coastal regions contribute significantly to the production of rice. Due to the introduction of short-term varieties, paddy production in Sri Lanka has increased in past years. Although rice processing and marketing are competitive, still rice millers do face several problems in stabilizing the market power and the continuous operation of the problem statement. It is expected to provide more opportunities for rice mills when the rice cropping index is increasing. But in reality, small-scale rice milling activities are declining compared to large-scale mills for a variety of reasons. Especially, shortfall of paddy in off-season is the major reason because largest rice mills in adjacent districts obtain low-interest loans and they purchase whole paddy from the farmers and store the paddy for the following year. As a result, it was observable that the number of operating small-scale rice mills in Ampara districts was declining, and also problems in marketing, milled rice, purchasing of paddy, and other inputs caused them to withdraw from the rice mill tab. This is the objective, to identify the cause of the decline in small-scale rice mills in Ampara district, to enhance work capacity and make recommendations and find solutions for rice millers, especially tailors. Methodology. The study was conducted in Ampara district, eastern province of Sri Lanka, targeting the rice mills respective DS divisions. Among 20 DS divisions in Ampara districts, nearly 10 DS divisions have rice mills which have continuous operating both on small and large scales. 6 DS divisions were selected based on the high number of rice mills existing among DS divisions. They were Nindavur, Kalmune, Attalajene, Samonore, Karadivu, and Damane. Proportionate sampling technique was used based on the available registered small-scale rice mills in the respective DS divisions. Table 1, this shows the details of the samples and the sample size. The 6 selected DS divisions and their population size exist, and the sample size selected from those. Data collection and analysis. The primary data were collected by directly administering a pre-tested questionnaire and the observation. And each respondent was thrown regarding frequency distribution, and descriptive statistics were used to showcase the data via results and discussion. And this part describes the difficulties faced by the rice millers under 3 sections: during milling, during marketing, and during paddy. And this figure shows the problems faced by the rice millers during rice milling. The major 3 problems were identified in milling process. It was lack of uniform electricity, high electricity bill, and lack of labors. The lack of labor was a critical challenge for small-scale millers because most of the laborers prefer to work at large mills because they pay more than the small mills. And also high electricity bills due to the operation of modern machinery also limit the operation of rice mills, as some of the machines require transformers to provide high voltage and uninterrupted power supply. So high electricity bill and lack of uniform electricity were highly affected the rice millers. And this figure shows the marketing problem faced by the small-scale rice millers. They were lack of stable output market, price fluctuation, credit sale, and higher competition were the major challenges faced by the rice millers during marketing. The credit sale, more than 70% of the rice millers struggled with the selling milled paddy entirely for cash, while 50% of the small-scale millers were facing higher competition. This higher competition competition was especially with the large scale millers, because larger scale millers pay higher prices for paddy purchase, where the small scale millers were compelled to purchase at higher prices in order to compete with large scale millers. And also, small and medium scale millers must rely on paddy purchased daily at higher cost during the off-season. But large scale millers have sufficient supplies purchased at reasonable prices throughout the season. As a result, small and medium scale millers are unable to compete on pricing with large scale millers. And this table shows the difficulties faced by the small scalers during the paddy purchasing. Among the difficulties identified, high moisture content and receiving low quality paddy was the major problem experienced by the significant number of rice millers. So actually, we know the additional moisture content. It means the moisture content above 14% should be removed to increase the shelf life of the rice. Traditionally, farmers are practicing sun drying method to remove the moisture from the grain, and this is somewhat labor intensive method. Therefore, the cost for removing additional moisture content is relatively high. And also, low quality paddy results from harvested paddy at an inopportune stage of maturity results significant quantitative and qualitative losses. And past studies says this statement as about 92% of the millers are receiving low quality paddy while they tend to purchase paddy for milling. And this is the conclusion of this study. The rice milling sector is widely spread in the Ampara district, where most of the small scale millers mainly faced difficulties in paddy purchasing, processing, and marketing rice in this region. Receiving low quality paddy with high moisture content for milling is a key backdrop for the small scale industry, as the purchase of good quality paddy with proper moisture content demand high prices, and the availability of good quality paddy could be limited by large scale millers. Further, rice millers struggled with interrupted electricity supply and high electricity costs during the paddy milling process. After milling, credit sales and higher competition by large-scale millers were encountered as a prominent market problem. Furthermore, rice price fluctuation and unstable markets were the major barriers to the rice marketing. So therefore, the present study recommends that the non-competitive market structure created by the large-scale millers needs to be addressed empirically to take precautionary measures to ensure the sustainability of the small-scale rice. And these are the differences I used to prepare the presentation. And thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Asmia, for your valuable findings. And now the presentation is open for the discussion.
Right, I have a question. You know, we all know there are two types of rice millers in Sri Lanka, large scale and small scale rice millers. So according to your study, small scale rice millers are struggling with many issues. Even they can't compete with large scale rice millers. So, but their contribution to rice industry in Sri Lanka is significant. So according to you as an investigator, as a researcher, what are your suggestions to empower small scale rice millers in Sri Lanka? We can't hear you.
Please unmute.
Okay. So actually, small scale rice millers are facing problems in the problem by the large scale millers, because they are large scale millers are they dominate this industry. So they buy the paddy for higher prices because they can afford to that prices. But small scale millers are not affordable to buy the paddy for higher prices. So the domestication of large scale millers should be controlled, because they purchase the paddy for following years, and it creates a short of paddy for small scalers.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding the presentation? Okay, I have small clarifications, and you mentioned that there's a big issue for small scale rice millers regarding that they are receiving low quality paddy for their milling. And is it specific for small scale only, or that it is common for large scale also?
No, it is common for large scale millers also, but small scale millers are highly affected by that issue, I think.
What is the reason for that? In your perspective?
Because, if they are receiving low quality paddy, then the processing and other steps are high. So it should be treated more than the good quality paddy. But it can be affordable or to use modern machinery or other things to the large scale millers. But for the small scale millers, it is in question. So they are not affordable. Just like these toners, polishers. So those types of machines are very high expensive for the large small scale millers. It is somewhat critical. It is somewhat difficult to purchase those machines.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Asmia. And now we came to the final stage of the session. There were 4 presentations, valuable presentations, and 2 are actually based on the teaching methodology for English. That was very important because nowadays we are searching for new tools for teaching. Based on blended learning is popular for that. And there are 2 presentations regarding one is agrochemical poisoning, that is also very important in these days. Another one is the rice milling. All presentations are very, we could find very good findings. And thank you very much for all presenters presented here and share with us about your valuable findings. Thank you very much for all. Over to you, Kastani.
Thank you, madam. Now we come to the end of the 4th technical session. So I would like to thank session Dr. Madam, your presence and comments added great value to hear, and also the panel members for sharing your valuable thoughts and time with us. Finally, I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing your finding with us. Thank you all. Over to you, Rushanti.
Thank you, Ms. Kasumi. So, as we have reached the closure of the Nsatrs 2022, it is high time to make a special thank to the founder of the National Symposium and the Journal of UCIARS. Without the guidance and directions of this great personality, the National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences would not have been a reality to be witnessed now. It is not a secret to all the members of UCIRS that he is none other than Professor Nsatrs, the former director of UCIRS. Not only the symposium, beyond that, Professor Nsatrs urged to extract the practically applicable technologies presented in the last 2 symposiums to make as 2 books in Sinhala and Tamil for the benefit of farmers. Dear sir, this is a tribute to you at the moment of witnessing the success of Nsatrs 2022.
Last but not least, I thank all the dignitaries and attendees for the shared time and knowledge throughout the program. We are happy to inform you that the proceedings of Nsatrs 2022 will be available soon in the Symposium website as an electronic version. We congratulate all the authors published with us. And we expect your contributions on future symposiums of us too. Also, we have made arrangements to publish the selected best quality papers in our ATARS journal and as full, so we kindly request you to keep in touch with us. So, until we meet again with the 4th National Symposium of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences in year 2023, goodbye to you all. Thank you.